All right, Emmanuel, if you would do us the favor and kick us off here with the folks in the back of the house. It is 9:02, so we're calling to order this meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Let the record reflect that all members are present. I am stated as being remote. I continue to battle this fun flu, and so there may be portions where I drop off today and participate remotely. At this time, I'm going to call for any additions or corrections for closed session by County Council.
No additions or corrections.
All right, this morning we have number 1, A through D on our agenda for closed session. We invite the public to use the raise hand function or come forward in room to be recognized if they wish to make a comment on an item on closed session agenda today. See no one in room. No hands up via Zoom? All right, no hands up via Zoom. Then with that, we're going to recess to closed session, reconvening here in chambers at 10:30 a.m.
There's the Water Resources Agency.
My apologies. Hey, blame it on that. So then, with that board having recessed, we will convene the Monterey County Water Resources Agency, Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency, for the same closed session agenda. Being first up, we have a roll that shows all members present. I'm going to ask if there's any additions or corrections to this agenda by County Council.
No additions or corrections.
We have item 1A on today for that, and I'm going to see if any members of the public wish to make public comment on this item. Seeing nobody coming forward in room.
Nobody on Zoom.
No hands up via Zoom. We'll go ahead and recess this board as well to closed session, reconvening here in chambers at 10:30. Thank you.
English channel, testing, testing, testing.
Mic check, check one, mic check.
Okay, so upon the return, they are going to go straight to the Pledge of Allegiance. Well, actually, color guard first. Display and then the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay, and they're gonna be, the color guard will place themselves here, and they're gonna be facing the port.
Okay. And then we'll march out and we're gonna go out the door and that's it. Yeah. Okay, because I gotta take this kid back to school.
Got you.
All right. So it should be like in the beginning.
Yes.
Thank you. Of course.
Yeah, right here, left. Yeah. Okay. No, no, you're fine. All mine is fine. Yeah, for mine is fine. I'm not really too worried about mine. I'll be back. I'm just rushing me a bit.
All right, good morning, everybody. We're going to bring All right, good morning, everybody. We're going to reconvene this meeting of the Board of Supervisors. My apologies, my voice is a little rough today. I'm struggling with an illness, but did not want to miss the opportunity to be here today to celebrate and thank our veterans. And so with that, I am going to continue the meeting here with the record reflecting that all members of the board are present. I'm going to ask for the announcement of the interpreter by Kenya Cobos via Zoom. Kenya, hey, we may need to switch your channel here. We can't hear you.
My apologies. Good morning. This is Kenya. I hope you can all hear me. Muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Kenia y voy a ser su intérprete. Si alguien necesita servicios de interpretación en español, por favor, obtengan un audífonos para escuchar toda esta reunión en español de forma simultánea. Gracias.
All right. Thank you. And with that, we are going to have our color guard display. So if you would rise and join me in welcoming the Soledad High JROTC color guard.
Okay, read. Colors. Ready, cut. Order. Colors. Ready, cut. Right. Face. Forward. Arms. Forward. March.
Women and men up here from Soledad, we appreciate you. Thank you. All right, at this time, we have additions and corrections by the clerk. I'm going to turn to council to see if we have an addition.
Yes, Chair. There has been a request to add to today's agenda an item directing the CAO to authorize a one-time allocation of $150,000 to the Monterey County Food Bank to support local communities given the reduction in SNAP or Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program benefits. To do that, this board needs to, by 2/3, find that there is a need to take immediate action, and the need for action came to the attention of the local agency subsequent to the agenda being posted. I will note that over the weekend, there were many different statements and decisions by the federal administration ultimately indicating that they would only pay at most half of SNAP benefits in November. So with that, I would turn it over to the board to see if they want to make, okay.
Motion. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Again, this is just to place it on the agenda, so we will actually have the larger conversation later in this morning's agenda. I have a motion and a second. Do I need to take public comment on the addition to the agenda?
You do.
So at this point, we'll take public comment on whether or not this should be added to the agenda. We invite the public now to share comment. I see nobody speaking in the room. We'll go to Zoom.
We have nobody on Zoom.
All right, then we'll close
Chair.
public comment, bring it back. Supervisor.
Just another why this item is urgent, even though the federal court ordered that the federal government use of, I think it was a $5 billion fund, it could only not even fund a full month's worth of SNAP, which is our food stamps benefits. But today, it was just announced a few minutes ago that, as you announced, even with the emergency fund, it would only fund half, or they would only issue half. But today, the administration announced that it would not even issue anything until after the shutdown is over. So that creates a more sense of urgency to put this item on today's budget.
Thank you. All right, I have a motion and a second. I'm going to ask all those in favor of adding this to the agenda to say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Abstentions, the motion carries. Thank you very much. With that, we've arrived at our ceremonial resolutions, which this morning are listed as items 2 through 26. I'm going to ask if there's a member of this board who wishes to pull a resolution. Seeing none, I'll go to the public. Seeing nobody coming forward, no hands going up, I'll bring it back. Got a motion from Alejo. Is there a second? Second from Askew. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Mr. Chair, if we're able to go back to additions and corrections, we do have 2 items that we need to add as well.
Oh, my apologies. Okay, so with that, we have approved the resolutions, and we'll go back to additions and corrections and go to Emmanuel, who's going to let us know the other 2 items that needed additions or corrections.
Thank you. There is a correction to item number 49 under the consent agenda. This is for criminal justice. We received a revised board report and resolution. Also, for item number 59 under the consent agenda for general government, per department request, this item will be removed from the Board of Supervisors agenda.
All right, so we have 1 removal and 1 with an updated addendum.
That is correct.
All right, any questions on those? Questions from the public on those additions or corrections? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to this board. At this time, we're going to adopt a resolution to recognize November 11th, 2025 as Veterans Day in the County of Monterey, to honor the service and sacrifice of many veterans who have safeguarded our country, and to recognize the veteran organizations who in turn serve those who served us. So before we head down, I'd love to give the opportunity to my colleagues, only because I will not join you down front so that I don't give you all the pleasure of this thing that I'm going through. I want to give a chance to my colleagues. I'll start to my right. Supervisor, ask you comments on the importance of Veterans Day to you, your family, and our community.
Absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity. And thank you all for joining us here today. There's so much to say, and we oftentimes get the opportunity to speak at the Veterans Day events that occur. My family is multi-generation, Army, Air Force, on either side of my mom and my dad's side. Either way you go back, my grandfather retired Army Colonel, and my dad retired Army Colonel, and we just recently learned that my mom had also joined the Army Reserves to go to nursing school during the Vietnam War, and we've had a number of conversations about what it means to serve our country and to make those choices. And I think that the opportunity to grow up in a home where you are the child of family service members, watching my mom serve so that my dad could have the career as a service member, you see and you're exposed to the values of care, you're exposed to the values of loyalty, you're exposed to understanding what it means to care for country, and to have a deep love for others in a way that I don't know that everyone else gets to experience. And so as we are here celebrating Veterans Day a little bit early today, I just want to say to everyone who has made that choice to take that as to give that as a career to our country. Thank you. And to all of those family members, to the partners, it is also a choice of service to follow and to provide care for a loved one who is in service. And to the children who are along for the ride, it's a whole experience into and of itself that defines who you are forever. So as we celebrate Veterans Day today, here in our board chambers, we can say thank you. And I think the commitments that you'll see from this board and our policies later today continue to demonstrate the commitment that we here have in Monterey County to ensure that that service doesn't go unnoticed or unappreciated. So happy Veterans Day. Keep looking out for each other and keep continuing to ensure that our policies demonstrate the ongoing commitment to care and service. But thank you.
Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, I wanted to express my gratitude and appreciation and respect for all our veterans that are in these chambers this morning. Many of you serve fellow veterans and their families year-round, conduct events that honor veterans year-round, and even during our saddest moments when we are burying our veterans at the Veterans Cemetery or other locations, you are often there with their families providing that support. For me, this day is always very special, not only as a member of the military, our county military and Veterans Affairs Commission, and many of you are part of that, but also as a son of a Vietnam-era veteran. I stand here today because of the service of our veterans and those who have passed. James Bogan, who's in the audience, he often reminded me, he's like, if you're an elected official, you better think a veteran. And I certainly have to say that. My father, when he came back, he worked in agriculture and the strawberry industry, and it was because of that GI Bill that provided him training to move out of agriculture and go into a vocational profession. The GI Bill allowed our family to buy our first house in Watsonville, and other opportunities opened as a result of that. So when I look back at even my own family's history, we have a lot to thank the military. And since then, other cousins have served in the Army, the National Guard, the Air Force. And so we are very grateful. And so it is my way as a county supervisor to always do what I can to support veterans in any way that we can. We have an item later on the agenda on veterans preference. That's going to be, I think, the best policy in the state of California, allowing hiring preferences for veterans, spouses, which I think is something we're going to be very proud of. So thank you for your service. And again, we're celebrating today because next week is Veterans Day itself, so we don't have a Board of Supervisors meeting. But it is that moment that our nation takes a moment to pause and reflect, to thank all our veterans who have served. It started in 1990 at the end of World War I, and Congress changed it to Armistice Day to Veterans Day in 1954, signed by President Eisenhower, and our nation has kept that tradition ever since then. So we want to encourage all our local residents to attend a Veterans Day event next Tuesday. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Church.
Thank you. I don't know of anything more honorable than being a veteran. Frankly, I think everybody who chooses to take part into that realm is making sacrifices, and it hasn't always been that way in our history. There used to be a draft, and a draft was sometimes viewed as controversial, but those who were even drafted willingly went and served, and still went there. And as also as a son of a veteran of my father was in the Korean War and received the Purple Heart. I learned much from him, despite not having served myself, of the sacrifices that he made, he saw others make, of the time that one puts forth and takes out of their life to do something that they feel that is their responsibility and their duty. And that's what this day is to honor. It's to honor everybody here today, everybody who served over time, and not everybody who serves comes back, as we all well know, and we have a day for that as well. But they're all veterans, and I just don't know how. From my own perspective, and as I say, I have not served in the military, and most of us these days with the voluntary military do not serve. But I do not know how to express my gratitude for those of you who willingly step forward, who give your time, who give your lives, and who take risks so the rest of us can enjoy all the freedoms that we really have in this country. And we do have many freedoms. We disagree on many things, but there are certain things that we do agree on and we do support. The Constitution and those rights that it guarantees, or some of that. So just from my perspective, again, I just want to thank all of you for everything that you've done, and as well for those who who are considering and looking forward to this. This is it's a great honor to have served. Thank you.
Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you, Chair Lopez, and thank you everyone for being here. It really is a privilege to be in this room with all of you and have this day to honor all veterans in Monterey County and the contributions that veterans make to our, not just Monterey County, not just to our nation, but to peace and security around the globe. And so it's just an honor that I'm glad that you, Supervisor Lopez, have coordinated this day. And I'm looking forward to celebrating Veterans Day with many of you next Tuesday as well. I'm one of the newer supervisors, so I'm going to take this opportunity to just share with my colleagues up here and the story with all of you of who the veteran in my family was, and that was my grandfather. And my grandfather joined the U.S. Army during World War II, and it was a unique avenue or path to joining the U.S. Army. He was the very first exchange student in the UC system to come from Europe to California to study. And he didn't do it for a love of learning. He did it because my grandmother had just escaped both Nazi Germany and fascist Italy, and had made her way through Cuba to Los Angeles. And so he figured out as an exchange student he could get to this country and to the love of his life and join her and her family. He was an Italian citizen. And just after they were married, the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, and he was told that he was essentially deported back to Italy, and was told he had to go back to Italy with his new bride, who was Jewish, and that would be a deadly travel back to Italy for them. So instead, he renounced his Italian citizenship and joined the U.S. Army and served this country. And I know he did it with pride, and loved this country and stayed in this country and opened a business in this country. And my grandparents were proud Americans up until the day that they passed. And so that's the veteran in my family, and it's a privilege to be here with all of you today to just honor the service, the sacrifice, and be here with pride with all of my colleagues on the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. So thank you for this day, Supervisor Lopez, and it's a privilege to be here with all of you.
Thank you, Supervisor Daniels. But really, today was made possible by the veterans out in the crowd, and I want to thank them. We have listed here a lot of resolutions for our Veterans of the Year, and we're not going to present them today, but they speak to me. When I sat down and read through them, having sat through so many of those ceremonies, it's about the service you continue to give after you've come home. And I think about people like Tony Virueta. If you didn't know who he was, you might think he's just the guy hawking, adoptable animals on TV, right? With the work that he was doing on TV with pets available for adoption. But if you know Tony's story and his commitment to our community, his commitment to our veterans, you know that he has moved the needle so far for raising the awareness of their issues. And so it's an honor to sit in this room with so many of you who've worn around your neck that medal, that lanyard that signifies you as a Veteran of the Year in Monterey County, because it's not just about your service. Your service was something we can never say thank you for enough, right? That service of, as Tony often reminds me, signing that blank check away and going off, not knowing what the ultimate cost will be, but that willingness to come home. This board, I know I've seen over the years, fights for you day in and day out, whether it's trying to get an additional veterans home here that I've seen Supervisor Alejo fight for, or any other measure, from building that cemetery that we partnered so well to bring to fruition. There's a proud legacy of service in Monterey County, and sitting here looking out across so many friends and people who've led, who continue to tell the stories. I've seen some of you at flag retirement ceremonies recently, where we teach the next generation about the importance of love of our country and how ultimately service is how we show that. Thanks is just an incredible day to be able to step aside, stop our meeting, and say thank you. Thank you to our veterans for all that you do. It is an honor to be an elected official in these United States, and it's only possible because of the sacrifice and service of so many. And with that, what I'm going to ask is Jack Murphy to come forward and share a few words. And then after that, what we're going to do is have the full board without me come down and join all of our veterans for a photo here down front. Jack, what's that? I'll stand up in the back. Yeah, please, Jack.
Thank you, Chair. Supervisors, thank you. CAO De La Rosa, thank you as well for your comments and your support. I don't want to be rude. I'm going to turn my back a little bit because I want to address the veterans of the community. This resolution that we're receiving today.
We'll get you a microphone. There should be one right. There we go.
Thank you. The resolution that's being presented today is not to my office, the Military and Veterans Affairs Office. It is to the 18,000 plus veterans in our community in Monterey County. It's to the 6,000 service members who proudly reside here on the peninsula or in South County down at Fort Hunter Liggett. It's for their family members. It's for their survivors. This resolution recognizes all the great sacrifices, but also the great services that you as the veteran community, as individual veterans, as organizations provide back to Monterey County. It signifies and highlights the fact that while you served at one time, as veterans, you continue to serve the community. And it makes Monterey County a better place to live. It makes Monterey County a better place for the veteran community and their families. I had a very interesting conversation, an introductory meeting with San Benito's CAO yesterday, someone who I'd never met, and this was via Zoom because our office provides them services as well through a contract. And she said to me, this is a person I've never met in my life. She said to me, when we were talking about the veteran contribution and how we provide services to San Benito County and they in turn support us, she looked at me through the camera, right in Zoom, and said, no county will outmatch what Monterey County is doing for their veterans. No county can do that. And I'm thinking to myself, wow, that's amazing. This is a person I've never met, a person of influence, but a person I've never met, sharing that she recognizes that Monterey County, for the purposes of veterans, does it better than any other county in California. As a member of the executive board of the California Association of County Veteran Services Officers, I interact with every single county in California, every single county veteran services office in California. And I can tell you, and you'll see some of the policy changes that are being proposed later on this morning, but I can tell you no one is looking out for the interests and welfare of veterans more so than this board, more so than this CAO, and more so than the leadership of this county. So for all of that and for everything that you do in our community, I'm very, very grateful, and I eternally will be. I want to take a brief moment, because there's a lot of veterans here, to recognize two of our commissioners, Mr. Sid Williams and Mr. Bill Sherrod. You guys want to come up and say hello? Sid, I know you're shy. James Bogan is in the audience as well. Longtime members. Thank you. Longtime members of the Military and Veterans Affairs Advisory Commission. They're the ones who steer our office in the right direction. They're the ones who provide sage advice and counsel to our supervisors, have done so for so long, and for their service to our community by being members of the commission and speaking on behalf of all the other veterans in the community. We're very grateful for your service as well. Thank you. No, Sid, Bill?
On behalf of our commission, we are very grateful and privileged to continue to serve in a way that is profoundly impactful, because we know that we are a body that helps advise the county and how it approaches deliberate and intentional care and advancement of veteran issues for their families, for the survivors, and ensure that Monterey County does continue to lead the way.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
At this time, if my colleagues would go down and join Jack and our veterans for a photo, and Madam CAO, would you stand in for me?
I will. You guys want to come up? Come on. Let's party. All veterans, come on. I see you back there. Don't be shy. Squeeze in, everybody. Heck of a picture. Good to see you. Get to know your buddy.
Smile, you're on the camera. And don't forget, whatever you enjoy today is on the back of a veteran. All right.
John, Gay needs his photo.
As long as you didn't get Dan.
All right.
Good to see you. I'm doing fantastic. I'll give you a hug too. It's so good to see you. Thank you for being here.
And don't forget the Veterans of the Year dinner is coming up. It's an opportunity to hear Sam Daniels as your MC presenting all those awards and talking about the history of those people who continue to serve our country, continue to serve our community through their efforts here at home. So buy that ticket. They do sell out, but recommend that. It's a wonderful evening and dinner to be part of. All right. With that, I think we've got Supervisor Askew presenting a resolution to Partners for Peace.
We've got it's on yet? Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm going to invite Vicki Law up to join me. Vicki from Partners for Peace. I'm going to pass this to you. Thanks for joining me here. This is my honor this morning to present a resolution to Partners for Peace. Vicki Law's executive director. Partners for Peace is celebrating its 30 years of service here in Monterey County. For 3 decades, Partners for Peace has been serving as a cornerstone in our community, advancing peace, equity, and connection through programs that support youth, families, and neighborhoods, whether through their Strengthening Families workshop, which many people have been able to take, youth leadership programs, or the vital work with the Community Alliance for Safety and Peace. And Seaside's Blue Ribbon Task Force as well. Partners for Peace has built bridges across generations and in communities. Their efforts have not only helped reduce violence, which is important, but more importantly has helped empower families, uplift youth, and create spaces for authentic dialogues and for healing. On behalf of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, I want to thank you, your staff, the community who supports you, for your unwavering dedication and your commitment to service. Our community is stronger, we're safer, and we're more united because of your work. Would you like to make a comment?
I would, thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you to the County Board of Supervisors. Thank you to the community. We take that word partner so seriously. We are aligned with the Health Department, the Police Departments, Probation Department, Monterey County Behavioral Health. We're also aligned with churches, with the school districts, with MCOE. So every place you look, we're seriously partners in the community, whether we're doing our prevention programs for our families with children who are 5 to 10, teaching healthy eating habits, healthy sleeping habits, social media habits, or intervention programs for our families who have kids who've taken a left turn. They might be violent in the community, gang adjacent, using drugs and alcohol. We have a great success rate, and it all comes down to love. Tell your children you love them every day. Help their mental health, and just be there with structure, bonding, boundaries, and monitoring. We know it works. So thank you so much.
It all comes down to love. Would you like to invite your staff to join us in picture? Okay, perfect. Come on
So
up.
with us today, we have 4 members of our board: Sarah E. Gallen, we have Tony Amescua, Dana Edgel, and John Silva, Dr. John Silva, and then our staff came down today to join the party and celebrate.
Well, come join us for a photograph. Thank you. Thanks. You're doing well. You're doing fantastic. All right. Fantastic. And we love seeing Dana back in the audience. Thanks for coming to visit us. Yes, I miss you. We miss you. Okay, is that it? I've actually resigned, so thank you so much.
All right, then I'm going to see if Supervisor Askew wouldn't do us the privilege of presenting the resolution to, I always call her Lupe Guadalupe Covarrubias Martinez. Lupe, if you'd come forward, your resolution is next.
I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Fill in. We're going to keep you healthy in your retirement. A gift from the Board of Supervisors. All right. I'm going to give this to you to hold because it is heavy, and I do have a couple notes. So. Okay, yes. All right. Well, thank you for joining us. Let's see here. So today, on behalf of my colleagues on the Board of Supervisors and the entire county, it's my honor to recognize an incredible public servant whose career has been defined by a dedication, compassion, and community pride, I'm going to add. For nearly 35 years, Guadalupe Covarrubias Martinez has devoted her time, talent, and heart to the health and well-being of Monterey County residents. A proud Salinas High graduate, Guadalupe continued her studies in accounting, Spanish, and American Sign Language at Hartnell College. She began her county career in 1990 as a cashier, advancing through many roles, including senior account clerk, accounting technician, health education assistant, and finally a chronic disease prevention specialist. Guadalupe helped launch today the county's pilot nutrition program, which became the model for today's local nutrition initiatives and played a key role in the 1999 California Latino 5-a-day campaign kickoff, bringing nutrition education and obesity prevention programs to children, adults, and older adults alike. Guadalupe's leadership extended beyond the county walls here. She actively contributed to the community organizations, including Salinas United Business Association, Building Healthy Communities, California Rodeo Association. This is a lot of community involvement. Committee Cultural de Salinas, and many more. Guadalupe also volunteers with the American Legion Auxiliary, Latino Network Committee, Salinas Chamber of Commerce, Binational Health Week, and Salinas Valley LULAC, promoting health, culture, and inclusion. You're going to have more time to volunteer. You better watch out. They're going to come looking for you. They already have. Guadalupe, your career truly represents the very, very best of public service. And on behalf of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, we offer our deep gratitude and congratulations on your 34 years and 9 months of public service with us. We appreciate everything that you've given to the county and to the people of Monterey County, and your service will remain benefiting all of our residents for many years to come. Thank you so much, and congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you.
Would you like to comment?
Lupe, I want to say thank you. I've known you many years, and every time I look at a core program, especially within the health department, and I chase it down to figure out, well, who helped make this, who built this into what it is, your name is there. You're always at the core of those teams, especially as we're having this tough time around SNAP and getting our community nutrition. I know at the core of a lot of those services, you've always been a key partner and player. So I want to thank you. 35 years is an incredible feat of service to our community, and I always see the photos of all the work you're doing through all the other organizations, especially the Rodeo, and we're just so proud to have had you as a key partner in the county family. And I know that as you retire, you're not going away. So I look forward, as Supervisor Askew said, to seeing all the other things you're going to do in the community. I know you're part of a very strong pair. You guys together accomplish a lot for the community around us. So I'm excited to see what happens in your next chapter. But thank you for 35 years of service to all the residents of Monterey County. Thank you.
You good? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, at this time, keeping with the theme of Veterans Day, I'm going to ask that Andreas Piper come up and present our next item, 27, consider adoption of an ordinance repealing Chapter 3.14 of the Monterey County Code regarding hiring preferences for veterans. And consider approving the hiring preference for veterans and eligible military spouses, P190, and consider approving the amended military leave policy, P220.
Good morning. I'm just waiting for the presentation to come up.
So as we launch into this, I'm going to turn and ask our CEO to make some introductory comments.
I do want to take a moment and thank everybody that's here in the boardroom this morning and also via Zoom. We are blessed with what perhaps the best veteran service officer in Jack Murphy, and he's done so much work for our community and continues to, very surprisingly, compete in so many things, including coming back to work with us and leading the charge in this policy that Andreas is about to present. In addition to that, this morning we're joined by Kim Holmes, who also has been extraordinary in the work that she's, Kim Moore. I merged two names together, sorry about that. With Kimberly Moore, who has been with the county for so many years and is behind the scenes, the machine that brings up all the history and all of the information. And in very quickly, after receiving the idea of what's going to be presented today, Jack, Andreas, and Kim drafted this in order to be able to have it together and present it to all of you and the community in advance of Veterans Day. So again, I just want to say thank you, and thank you for all the work that you do in our community beyond the service that you've given to this country.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Lopez, members of the board, and honored veterans. I have the distinct privilege to present to the board some positive and significant changes to the County of Monterey's hiring preference for veterans and military leave policy. With these changes, the County of Monterey can truly state that we are one of the most veteran-friendly county employees in California. The Human Resources Department collaborated with the Military and Veterans Affairs Office to develop enhancements to the current hiring preferences for veterans and military leave programs. These enhancements strengthen the County of Monterey's commitment to those who serve, supports their families, and strengthens our community's proud tradition of respecting and valuing military service. These recommendations align with the Human Resources Department's broader objective of positioning the county as an employer of choice. So as a reminder, on October 21, 2025, the Board of Supervisors introduced and waived the first reading of the draft ordinance to repeal Chapter 3.14 of the Monterey County Code regarding hiring preference for veterans, as the current ordinance had a very narrow applicability to a very limited number of veterans and excluded veteran spouses. In collaboration with the Military Veterans Affairs Office, the Military and Veterans Affairs Advisory Commission, and the Human Resources Department, we therefore recommend repealing Chapter 3.14 and replacing it with a standalone policy governing the hiring preferences for veterans and eligible military spouses. So some background. Establishing this policy will provide greater administrative flexibility, enabling updates and refinements without the need for formal legislative action. This approach ensures that the county can continue to support veterans and eligible military spouses while adapting to emerging employment trends, which is very important, and regulatory considerations. Importantly, this proposed change does not eliminate or diminish the hiring veterans preference. Instead, it strengthens the county's commitment by facilitating the efficient and effective implementation of enhancements. Now I'm going to get to the meat of what we are doing. I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight these key recommendations and enhancements. In order to qualify for hiring preference point, the following changes are proposed. And these are dramatic changes that's going to make us stand out amongst all our peers. First of all, reduce disability rating from 20% to 0 in order to qualify for veterans preference points. expand allocation of veterans preference points to a spouse of a totally disabled veteran, spouse of a veteran who has died as a result of qualifying service, and spouse of an active duty service member. Now, the key thing here is also we are going to remove restrictions of only applying for that you could only get veteran preference points for 5 years after you separated. So there's no time limit since honorable discharge or separation. Your contribution as a veteran is timeless. So why do we put a time limit on you being able to get the points? Service retirement veterans who receive service retirement compensation were not eligible. Now they're going to be eligible. And here's another key one. Broaden the positions eligible for veteran preference point to include all county positions. Currently, it is only for entry-level positions. And we know the management capacity and the leadership capacity that veterans bring. So why did we only do it for entry level? We do it all across the board, with the exception of executive management units, management unit-wide at-will positions. So the above makes the County of Monterey stand head and shoulders above any other employer in the state of California, and I dare to say most probably a leader in the United States. Now, at this point in time, I'd like to go on to the military leave policy, which is the second part of the proposed changes. On October 23, 2001, the county introduced the military leave policy, then titled Noble Eagle, as a demonstration of our commitment to employees serving our nation in the armed forces. The current policy distinguishes between active military service and inactive military service. So active military service refers to full-time service in any branch of the United States Armed Forces, including annual training periods of 2 weeks or more, reservists, National Guard members. The duty may be compensated under existing provisions, meaning that somebody doesn't have to use vacation time. Inactive military service, such as weekend drills, annual muster training, voluntary unit maintenance activities, and any other type of inactive training, which is core to being in the military, you have to get that, is currently designated as unpaid by the county. Therefore, employees have to use their accrued leave balances. So here's the recommended enhancements. Accordingly, we, in close partnership with Military Veterans Affairs Office, as well as the Military Veterans Affairs Advisory Commission, we recommend expanding the policy to authorize county pay for employees performing inactive military service as well. Now, this provision will be subject to the approval of both the appointing authority and the Military and Veterans Affairs Officer to ensure that proper oversight and fairness is being dealt with. In summary, this amendment represents more than just a policy change. It is a reaffirmation of the county's enduring commitment to our military employees and their family members. And as you can see, the MVAO and the MVAAC strongly support this enhancement. And I also should mention that the Board of Supervisors Human Resources Committee, with Supervisor Leo and Supervisor Daniel, also very, very strongly supported this and pushed it forward. To end this presentation, I'd like to share a sobering statistic with the board. Approximately 1% of the U.S. population currently serve. 0.4% active, 0.6% in the Reserve or National Guard. To place it in perspective, if we had 100 people in this room, one person would be responsible for defending us. Wrap your head around that. As to our veteran population, we only have approximately 6% of them left, and that's rapidly diminishing. And I'm going to end with this very, very well-worn quote by Winston Churchill, the wartime prime minister during World War II. Never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few. Thank you.
Madam CEO, any thoughts?
And thank you for your service as well, Andreas. I know that you were also former military. With whom did you serve?
I served in the South African Infantry for 8 years, and I left as a captain. My grandfather died when I was very young. He was a World War I veteran, and my other grandfather was a World War II veteran who actually fought Rommel and actually fought at the Battle of Monte Cassino. So, but I never served in the United States military, but I am a veteran, and veterans are, when you meet another veteran, there's something that you always feel.
There is, and I'd like to share, my brother is also a veteran of the Army, and I have family that's also served as well. My daughter actually married into the military for a little bit, and truly when we send our sons and our brothers, they come back changed, and the resources that are available to spouses are sometimes not accessed as much as they should be. I've had the honor of working with an employee in my office who's currently based out of Virginia, I believe, and originally from Tennessee, and we were able, Texas. We were able to keep her on my workforce because of the different changes that we've made in this county to be able to access the resources from the spouses that are also married to the military. And this is just one piece that we could give back to community. In terms of the disability percentage, it's very important to me. My brother is disabled at a certain percentage, but other folks are less disability percentage, and that was impacting their ability to receive that veteran's preference. And so on behalf of my family, I thank this board for considering this today. And on behalf of my broad family, I thank all of you that served. Me sitting here is a result of all the efforts that you've made. And it's not lost upon me during this year of transition that we've been through, that because of you, I am here. So thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'd like to go to the public if the board's okay with that, see if we have any input. Since we have folks in the room, we invite folks to come forward and share their thoughts with us on these changes. We'll start with folks in the room and then go to Zoom. If you want to share public comment on these proposed changes, this would be the time. Please come forward. Rick?
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Rick Encarnacion, and I serve as Bureau Chief, Director of Environmental Health here in the County of Monterey. Today, however, I'm speaking not in my official capacity, but as a proud veteran of the United States Navy, both as an active duty sailor and later as a reservist. When I first joined the county service, I was still serving in the Navy Reserve. I remember clearly the feeling of gratitude and relief, knowing that the county supported my continued military service. The county's military leave benefit meant I didn't have to choose between my duty to the nation and my commitment to the community I serve at home. The proposed update to the military leave policy strengthens that same promise. It ensures that our reservists don't have to dip into their personal leave just to fulfill their military obligations. This is more than a benefit. It's a message that the County of Monterey stands with its employees who serve. This change will not only support our members' service, it will also benefit the county. Employees who feel respected and supported in their service bring that same loyalty, discipline, and sense of mission back to their civilian work. They return from training more capable and more confident and even more dedicated to public service. As someone who has had the privilege of serving both under the flag of our nation and under the seal of this county, I can say with pride that the two missions complement each other perfectly. Both are about protecting, serving, and improving the lives of others. I thank the board, Human Resources, the Military and Veterans Affairs Office for recognizing the importance of this update. It honors the service, fairness, and respect that define the County of Monterey. And to all who wear the uniform, thank you for your service. May we continue to serve our county and our county with honor, courage, and commitment. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Anyone else in the room?
Hello, Wes White, military brat, Navy brat. My dad served 22 years, so I'm not exactly a veteran, but I would urge approval of this change. In fact, my dad's so anti-union, but I would argue that this is a union push for better union benefits of all veterans. And, I never served in the military. My dad said, if you could do better, don't do it. My grandfather was actually, he joined the Navy when he was 17 just so he could get a job. And so that was like in 38. He did 3 years, and he ended up doing sonar. So he went all around the South America doing depths, and then went along the Pacific, ended up in Hawaii, Pearl Harbor, and the bombs dropped that day. The only thing he's ever said was that he was just on land, and later he admitted that he was in a munitions bunker. But those are life-changing events, and it certainly stuck with me, and the whole concept of not leaving people behind. I'd be looking for solidarity, I suppose, among the veterans to also help look out for the homeless. There are people just too poor to afford rent, and they're your fellow Americans. A lot of folks are actually veterans. So, but where do we draw the line of who's of value and who's of not, and just my own club? We need to move beyond that. If we're really, truly patriots, we need to be looking out for each other all the time, in every way, in every policy, in every practice. When are we going to make it right? There's so many people, so much need in the world, and there's so much love to give. We've got the service mind and heart. Now it's just a matter of valuing everyone around us, not just those we're concerned about being in our own club. Help me stop sweeps.
All right, I'm going to go to Zoom. I see a number that ends in 902, phone number. We'll give you the ability to unmute and share your thoughts.
This is Nina Beatty. I request this item is tabled for a future meeting. It was intentionally buried in the ceremonial resolutions and appointments instead of its proper place in scheduled matters. This item should be fully and openly disclosed to the public for the problems it causes. It's a county subsidy for the Pentagon that's stripping money from taxpayers for its wars and international aggression and equipment, and not paying compensation and benefits to military personnel and vets. County jobs are good-paying jobs with benefits, but residents of Monterey County become second-class citizens with this initiative. People that paid for their college education and now are struggling to pay back college loans go to the back of the bus, behind those whose education was subsidized by taxpayers. The stream of transient military spouses get preferential treatment over residents struggling to pay rent and support their families. This policy also depresses wages. It sends a message to cities and employers to also reserve their well-paying jobs with benefits for temporary military spouses or veterans. For those who elected not to attack other countries that never threatened the United States, elected not to overthrow other sovereign governments or strip their natural resources, as has been happening for decades since World War II, and elected not to turn land like Fort Ord into Superfund sites, the school teachers, shopkeepers, small business owners, professional tradespeople, recent college graduates, and young people, they are pushed to the sidelines. And it sends a clear message that Monterey County doesn't support the life-giving contributions of regular people. The federal government should be ensuring adequate payment for soldiers and sailors, auditing all contractors that oversee housing to see that they are not fleecing the military personnel that live there. And those who are traumatized by military practices or poisoned by military toxins should be promptly supported and compensated. And accountability for the lies that caused needless wars and Americans and other nationals' death and harm should be advocated for. Those are the hard policies that the county can support, as well as free college education for all.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty.
Forgiving students
Your
and
time is up.
advocating to end
Thank you,
these
Ms.
military adventures. What are you
Thank
doing
you,
for
Ms.
these
Beatty.
real policies
All right,
that
we're
help
going to go to the
military
next
personnel you say you
folks
support?
online here. If we could open up, we have two more folks on Zoom with their hands up. I can't see the names here. Emmanuel, could you open up that list so I can actually see that? Or just read them off to me so I can relay it.
We have a phone number ending in 705.
705, this is your opportunity. .705, you'll need to unmute on your end. All right, take me to the next one.
We have a phone number ending in 837.
837. All right, 837 or 705, I need you to unmute yourself.
Hello?
We got
Hello,
you now.
Monterey County
Hello.
Board of Supervisors.
Oh, and then you both-
Hello.
Hold on.
70.
All right, you both came on at the same time. We're gonna go with 687. Is that number or 637?
837.
837. Sorry, 837. Let's go with you first. All right. Try it
Hello,
again.
Board of Supervisors.
We got you.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, wonderful. I'm hoping you're all having a good day, and I'm grateful to be able to comment. You know, I have mixed feelings about the military. I love the military people. A lot of them are great people, and they care about the country. The trouble is the military-industrial complex that Martin Luther King, I wish you could all go hear his speech, The Three Evils of Society, and the one beyond Vietnam. The military-industrial complex is doing horrible, horrible, heinous acts all over the world. Millions of people are being killed. Remember Iraq, for example, over weapons of mass destruction. And now we're killing people on boats out in the Caribbean, just fishermen. There's no drugs on them. Everybody knows that. I'm not saying they need to have decent housing. They need to make sure they're not being fleeced, like Nina said. But we also don't want to discriminate against regular residents. They, too, perform a great patriotic duty to our country. And not every military person does. There's all kinds of people in the military. Some are cruel and some are wonderful, but, you know, they tend to follow orders, and those orders have been bad, and that's not always the fault of the military people. It's the politicians who are the problem a lot of times. But I don't like this discrimination thing. I think a lot of people don't, and I think this should be a full agenda item. That's very important, that everyone in the public gets to weigh in, because preferential treatment can be a very, very dangerous thing. And it can open up a dangerous door. It can be a slippery slope. Who's next? Which group gets next? You know, right now it's we need to certainly counter what Trump is doing, but this isn't the way to do it. And he is abusing the military, you know, cutting veteran jobs and all kinds of benefits. It's horrible what's going on. I think you could do resolutions against that. That would be time better spent. But please bring this up to the public. I ask you for a full agenda item, and that's my comment. And thank you so much.
Thank you. We're going to go to 705 next. 705.
Yes, good afternoon, Supervisors. Lorna Moffett here. And I just want to echo everything everyone has said. I had an experience with a veteran, homeless veteran, and he was in a wheelchair, and he was crippled, and he couldn't walk, and he was shivering to death. And it was evening, and I said, well, where are you going to sleep? And he said, in that doorway. And I said, well, you know, how can I help? And he said, well, I need some warm clothes. I need something to keep me warm tonight. And I said, well, I don't have anything, but I'll call 911 and we'll go up to the hospital. And he says, don't call 911 because they're going to throw me out. I've already tried. And I said, well, I'm going to go up there with you. And so I went up there with him. Long story short, the next day I did call the veterans for help. And I got a voicemail. And I get a voicemail with all these agencies that are getting so much money. And I know they're doing good. I know they are, but not enough. The voicemail's got to stop because they never get back to you. And I said, this is an emergency. This is a veteran. He needs help. And they didn't get back to me. And I kept calling and calling. And so this is the kind of service we're getting. And I think, Supervisors, it's really important that you start calling these agencies and just checking in with them, and not on your supervisor phone, but just as a private citizen, to find out how little help you really get. And that's been my experience. So we really need to beef that up. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any other hands on Zoom. Is there anybody else in the room? Please come forward, Mr. Guzman.
Even when I'm very young.
I'll be the first to say thank you for your service, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paul Guzman. I am the District Commander of the American Legion, District 28, here in Monterey County, San Benito, and Santa Cruz County. I'm also a Post 81 Pass Commander. I want to say I heard the opinions and comments of the people who were on the phone, and all I can tell them, as well as the rest of us here in this room, just like my friend James Bogan says, the things that we have in this nation are because of they came off a veteran's back. The opinions that you chose to express, as well as our opinions that we choose to express, are there and able to be done and expressed because of the protections that were done, that we committed to our constitutional republic. If it wasn't for those things that we fought for, we signed up for, many of us signed up voluntarily prior to or after the draft, those individuals didn't have a choice. Well, they had a choice. They could have said no and run. If it wasn't for the veterans that we have today, the veterans that have gone ahead before us, we'd be speaking probably a different language. We'd be in a different form of government. I just want to say thank you. This is a start, and that it's not the magic wand, but it's a start. And I hope that this continues. And I only got 2 seconds. And I thank you again at the bottom of my heart.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go. I have one more hand that went up on Zoom. Coleman, LaShawn Coleman, we'll give you the floor.
Yes, hi. And good morning to the supervisors, and also I want to just say that I'm touched with the veterans and everyone that's speaking up on them. My dad, he's a veteran of the Vietnam War, and right now he's going through a lot of different things. He just lost his leg and you know, so forth. So I understand, and I commend you, and I'm rooting for you guys. Which is one thing I want to bring up. Well, first of all, my name is LaShawn Coleman, and I also want to speak on supporting fully implementing SB 515. You know, and now it's in a state law, visibility and truth. Like for generations, American freemen have been statistically invisible. When all, you know, Black people are grouped together in data, the real disparities on housing, health, income, and opportunities stay hidden. So, you know, we just want like the representation there with SB 515. Could start implementing it on behalf of the group I'm in also, which is the Coalition of Just and Equitable California, will really give us a fair chance of being represented and getting the resources that our community needs. So now I want to thank you guys, and you guys have a blessed day.
All right.
Again, for hearing me.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to bring it back. Oh, yeah, please. Welcome up.
I'm president of the Monterey Cypress Unit 694 of the American Legion Auxiliary and the second vice president of District 28. My question is the why, right? Why am I serving our veterans? And that is to give back what they gave me the right to do. Having served 32 years as a state employee, our veterans do get veterans preference when they apply for our jobs. It's the same thing we're asking today. But more than that, it's their families that they leave behind that support them. That's what we're asking for, is giving them an opportunity to support their veterans while they're away or when they're disabled. We're talking about 1% of our population that serve us because they're willing to sign a check that has no expiration date on it so that I can be free, so I can be here to serve them. That's my job. That's why I serve on the auxiliary, and I'm proud to do it, and I'm proud of my veterans that I came here. My great uncle served as chief of police of Seaside. after he got out of World War II. My grandfather was a World War II vet. My uncle's retired military. That's what this is about. It's about supporting our veterans, their families. We're not asking them to not meet the qualifications of the job. That's not what we're asking for. They have to meet the job requirements. We're just saying they should also be given that right to apply while their spouse is also serving for the county. You're opening up your workforce for more opportunities to employ those people. I want to thank them, thank all of our veterans that were here today, but also those who were here in our county to serve. And everybody, don't forget that Fort Ord is what based that county to be as popular in our military. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen, and thank you for your service on the County Board of Education as well. It doesn't go unnoticed. Yeah. All right, we'll bring it back now and see if, Jack, you want to respond to any of the public comment before we go to the board members here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to start by thanking Andres Piper and the team at HRD for helping bring this together. Ideas turning to policies is hard, and then taking policy and voting it and implementing it is also hard, as you can tell from some of these public comments. To briefly address some of the concerns that have been brought up, and they're valid, absolutely, and I appreciate that, but we've got two different issues here. One is a veteran preference policy towards hiring, and the other one's a military leave policy that helps current county employees who are serving in inactive status, specifically with the Guard. Whether an individual, a veteran, is homeless, or an individual is struggling, or it is the disabled spouse or surviving spouse of a veteran, they need assistance making their life better. And working for the county is a great way to do that. It's a great way to address some of these very specific concerns that have been brought up. The county is a fantastic employer. And I remember 2 years ago when we sat down and had the strategic, the 10-year strategic plan, putting that together, and it dawned on us, like, this is a way that the county can be essentially the employer of excellence for the military and veteran community. These policies, while it sounds like we are marginalizing one community over the other, I want to remind folks that veterans don't get to pick whether we go to war or not. We don't get to pick when we do it. We don't get to pick what you're going to look like when you come back home. So being able to fall back on a great employer that provides fantastic benefits as a means or mechanism to pick yourself up and make yourself better, that's what county government should do. It's not happening at the federal level, and that's an entirely different discussion, but we can do it here. And it's going to be a hard choice, but we can start by having that discussion or that vote today. With respect to the military leave policy, again, it's separate from what was discussed about homeless veterans and marginalized individuals. I want to emphasize that's for existing county employees who, unfortunately, because of the way federal and state laws are written, means that if they get called up to serve on a Thursday, which happens often because I'm the person who authorizes this, they have to use their own leave accruals to go serve our nation. It's not their fault they got called up on a Thursday. So for the public, I want you to realize that it's separate policies. Both of them will make working for Monterey County an easier thing to attain. And for employees that are already in Monterey County who are either serving or are thinking about serving in an active or inactive status, it makes staying or remaining a Monterey County employee all the more easier and better for them and their families. So as both a veteran and a member of the veteran community, and as the Military and Veterans Affairs Officer for Monterey County, my staff recommendation is to support both of these policy changes. Subject to any further questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. I did have one public comment that was trying to come up late. I'll give you the floor. Come on back, and I'll give you 2 minutes here.
Karen Cameron, concerned Salinas resident. Looking at the clock, it looks like you're about to adjourn for lunch, and so, no, is this general public comment time?
No, it is not. This is on this item.
Well, kudos out to my grandfather who served in the military, Chief Navy Engineer, World War I and II. The frustration is I don't know when general public comments will be. It's very difficult to discern on your calendar. There's been times when I waited through the lunch. That's why I noted that the lunch is scheduled at 12, and you reconvene at 1:30, and there's been times when we waited for the board to come back. I teach after school. With all due respect, I'd like to be able to request time off if that's needed for the afternoon, but it's very difficult to discern when general public comment will be. So I'll reserve my comments that will be in a different category for later. Thank you.
Anybody else? I'll bring it back to the board then. I'll start to my right, Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah. First of all, I want to thank our veterans and all our staff who worked on this policy. I think it's a very good one, and I think it sets the example for the rest of California and for other counties to hopefully follow what Monterey County is doing today after hopefully it's approved. But I wanted to just point out, I think the fact that we could hear different views on this particular issue, as difficult it may be to hear, I think it's another example of thank a veteran, because you guys fought for those liberties, that free speech, those constitutional protections that we are guaranteed as Americans, as residents of California. I think we'll have to acknowledge that as well. So thank you for having to hear that. And I just wanted to acknowledge sometimes for some of our veterans, some that are in this room, when they came back, they were not welcomed back. It was a very sad chapter in our nation's history that when soldiers who put their lives on the line were not given the welcome that they deserved. Let's not forget that. And that's why when we have events here, it's not only about acknowledging our veterans. We hope that we could teach the younger generations, our young people, that they should always also honor our veterans, and that serving in the military is an honorable thing. It's one of the best callings any American could do in serving their nation, is by doing what we said that many do. And they're not just the average American citizen. They're people who sign up and put their lives on the line when they enroll and they get deployed wherever our nation decides to send them to. But we also acknowledge it's not just that veteran. Also serving and also sacrificing is their spouses. It's their children. We have to acknowledge that also. So for me, this policy is one I can take a lot of pride in. It's only giving these preference points, but it actually brings a unique experience to our county ranks. People who have served in the military, the discipline, the training, when they come to apply for a job, they bring a unique experience that your average person does not have. So I also think this preference policy acknowledges that, and the fact that we're opening it up beyond the 5 years to all county positions, that it was long overdue. So thank you for bringing this to our attention. Last thing I would want to end with, because of everything we're living through, and something I forgot to mention earlier, many of us come from really humble origins. My grandparents came as Mexican immigrants, migrant farm workers, but the next generation, their 5 sons, 4 out of 5 served in the United States Army. That's a great American story of people who come to this country, they sacrifice, they contribute, and their children, given the opportunity, will also sign up and put their lives on the line and provide that special and unique service to our nation. So I just wanted to acknowledge that as well. And this is an example for me where we're not just providing accolades or thinking of veterans. We're actually changing our policies to provide greater opportunities to veterans, their spouses, and their families. Thank you.
Supervisor Church.
One thing I do want to just point out is that this item is not part of the resolutions. This is a separately scheduled item. It's the first item under scheduled matters. It just happens to follow the resolutions. I do have one, I think as we're going through has been addressed, that this is granting some preference points. One thing I did not see addressed in here is a tiebreaker preference. And so I hope in terms of, when everything is looked at and looked at equally, that we will look at a policy that will include that the veteran would be the tiebreaker preference on that. I don't know if that was discussed or not, but I didn't see it in the any of the material that was presented.
Now, what follows from this is typically an administrative manual administrative procedures, which following any policy, you develop administrative procedures, and something like that is typically then addressed through administrative procedures.
Yes. So I would, like to have that, considered as we go on to here and add
We'll
it
take
in.
note of that.
Yep. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Daniels?
So where to begin? I'm reminded, and I'm going to start just with some Veterans Day comments again, because the veterans in the room that got up and spoke and other public commenters said it far better than I will. But it is such an important service that was for all of us by veterans in this country to not only fight tyranny and totalitarianism, but also to defend democracy that in turn allows us to have the freedoms and the rights that we have. And so it is so important that the public commenters that got up and spoke on Veterans Day against the policy have that right in this country. And I'm just saying that to remind myself, like that's how it works. And we all have the right to share our viewpoints and our opinions. And that's what makes this nation so special, because I don't know of another place that really so profoundly protects that right. And it's more important that we remember that, I think, today more than ever. And I also, I really want to just focus on, we talk about 1% of the population, and then how many of those, that 1%, find their way to a place like Monterey County to apply for a job. Monterey County, working for our county, I think is a tremendous workplace and a tremendous place to be employed and to have a career. And the idea that we are recognizing today that when someone serves, it's not just the individual serving, it's the entire family. And we're expanding that preference, that hiring preference, to not just the military service person, but the entire family. And the system that wasn't working in terms of a military leave policy that in fact was punishing to someone who was called into service while in inactive duty, is something that needs to be remedied. And so I think it's wonderful that we're taking those steps today, and that we're increasing eligibility, removing restrictions, and with regard to the military leave policy, fixing something that was broken. And so I'm very supportive, and I don't have any questions. And I want to thank all of the veterans in the room, as well as all of the public commenters, both those who are for and spoke out against this policy, because that's the privilege that we have in this nation, and it's something to be supported. And we have it in a nod to Veterans Day. We have it because of the work that was done by our veterans in the past. So thank you.
Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, thank you. A handful of thoughts, and I'll start just by saying I just want to commend the Military and Veterans Affairs Committee for doing the work, for seeing an opportunity to continually improve on the policies that exist. So often we have the opportunity to meet with our, I think we have dozens and dozens of county commissions. Then we're constantly doing appointments and appointing people, and the committees meet, and there's lots of discussions. And we're always encouraging our commissioners to look at the county legislative platform, to look at county policies, and to bring forward recommendations. I think so often the charters and the scope of why we created committees talk about making recommendations to the Board of Supervisors about how we can make improvements on county policy to better serve the residents of the county. And here's an example of the Military and Veterans Affairs Committee doing exactly that, and identifying a way where the county can serve our residents better by putting forward a hiring policy that allows us to hire hire a workforce that, for a variety of reasons, it doesn't always have the opportunity to put down roots in the same way that individuals who are living in a community and growing up in that community might have that opportunity to develop relationships that allow you to have those roots and compete evenly. And so I just want to say thank you and kudos, and may everyone be paying attention and look for those same opportunities. And to the staff of our Military and Veterans Affairs Department, Jack, we're really lucky to have the team that you've built. Thank you for seeing opportunities, bringing them forward, pulling all of the appropriate folks together to help us continually do better. I think this is the policy work that allows us to leave legacy behind and raise the bar for everyone. So I'm happy to be supportive of what's in front of us today. In terms of the actual policy, I have had a sidebar conversation with our HR team, and in terms of the administrative, it being an administrative procedure, it does allow for some of the ongoing changes to be made. We talk about spouses of veterans, and we all know that military service is challenging. It's hard when you're moving 20 times as a spouse of a service member. That's challenging on a relationship, and sometimes those marriages don't work out, and yet the spouse doesn't have those the roots in a community that are necessary to then establish work history. And so to be able to change that to something like a partner, or to be able to provide that flexibility, so that if that marriage doesn't work out for some reason, those partners still have that same ability to benefit from our hiring policy, I think would be something I would ask us to look at as we move forward. I'm really proud that Monterey County has the strength of foundation and values that we have here in Monterey County, and I think that's because of our roots that Fort Ord brought to us, and it's because of the families who chose to come back to Monterey County to lay their own roots down. It's because of the work that all of the committees and veterans have continued to provide service in our community, and not just give back to veterans, but to give back to the broader community. And for the County of Monterey to continue showing up as a stable and compassionate employer, it means a lot to me to be able to be here today and to vote in support of this policy. So thank you to everyone for the work that you did to bring it to us, so we get to be here and say yes. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just take a minute here. It's going to be my honor to make the motion today to get this passed, both of these pieces. But I want to thank our CAO, Jack Murphy, and Andreas Piper. When you're chair of this board, there's a few times you get a chance to kind of reach down and pick a policy and get it to move, and these three championed this policy and got it through so it could be in front of us today. It could have been delayed and taken another month and a half, but the effort you put in to make sure that we're at the leading edge of supporting our veteran community here statewide and nationwide is really important to me. So I want to thank all three of you for that effort that I know was extra above and beyond. It matters. It matters to people like Linda, who stood behind Paul, Maria, who stood behind Max, Cynthia, who stood behind Tony. It matters to our families, to the people who make up the fabric of this community. And so we're greatly appreciative of your efforts, of putting us in a position today to be able to vote on this. It is your work that put us here today making this vote. And so with that, it's an honor to make that motion with a second from Supervisor Alejo. And I will ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? The measure carries. Thank you very much. All right, we are at appointments. I will see if there's any member of this board who wishes to pull an appointment for comment, question, or alternative vote. Seeing none, we'll go out to the public. Seeing no hands up, we'll bring it back. Motion to approve appointments.
Second.
I got Alejo with a second from Church. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. With that, we're at consent 42 through 59 today. Is there a member of this board who wishes to remove an item from consent? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. Any member of the public wish to remove an item from consent? Seeing nobody in, we'll come back. Seeing no one in room, we'll come back to Supervisor Askew. Which item?
Sorry, it was item number 49.
I think that one got pulled.
Was it 59 that got pulled?
I thought
No,
it was.
49 is on and 59 got pulled.
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
49.
I think 59 got pulled. 49 is the record specialist 2 position. It requires a 4/5 vote. It was retroactive. I can comment on it now.
Go for it.
Yeah. It is a record specialist 2 position. It came to budget committee and there were some questions about it. I understood there was maybe a corrected staff report, but it hasn't been uploaded online yet. This is a sheriff's office position to provide contract services to other city departments in order to meet their compliance requirements. It would create a new position and potentially have funding from other cities via an MOU to fund the position, but there's some question as to whether the sheriff's office already has someone in the position providing the services. So if we do have someone already providing the services that's in the position, do we need to create another position to provide the services? Or if it's a new service that we're providing and we haven't already been charging for it, then this would be new revenue that we're backfilling for a position that's already doing the work. I guess the questions that I have still haven't been answered on this from Budget Committee when we asked them.
See if Undersheriff, I see Jason Smith's hand is up. Jason, we'll give you the floor here.
Good afternoon. Hopefully I can answer the question. So basically, we look at our records division as a pool. And those staffing in the records division 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, when the phone rings from these agencies, they simply pick up the phone. This is something that's been done for my career, which is almost 29 years. And the reason why we got here was because of simple technology issues way back 30 years ago. It was the sheriff's office are the ones that always just took care of the load when police departments shut down after 5 o'clock, Monday through Friday. They're the ones that supplied these required data entry and research for these agencies after hours, when essentially the police departments, if you're going to have a police department, you should be expected to provide 24 hours a day, 7 days a week responses to their officers in the field. We have been making it over the years, and our records staff have simply just done the job, even though they're getting calls from deputies in the field to do the exact same thing. And when other agencies call, without hesitation, they would just do it. With the reduced staffing in our records division for actually several years now, they've been pleading with us to somehow find some additional staffing. And this was the only idea that we had come up with, was obviously for it to be funded, we communicated with the police chiefs, and they simply agreed because they know that this is a much better deal than them going out and hiring 3 to 4 additional staff. So we're working collaboratively with them. We're required by DOJ, actually they're required by DOJ as the host agency to enter this time-sensitive material. And we are trying to be good partners with our allied agencies and providing an option for them to enter this required information without essentially breaking the bank on them as well. I'm currently hiring overtime just to keep our operations running. Understand this record staff are also the same ones that when we have a fire or a flood, most of the time we have constituents out there that call the sheriff's office. Am I in that evac zone? The telephones light up, so they not only have to do that, normal operations also do not stop. The addition that I did ask to be added late yesterday upon it being brought to my attention was that although accepting the funding and signing off the MOU would be adding that position to the sheriff's office, 1 record specialist to our department, so that we can add that position and get a hiring exemption form and get some help in here for our staff.
So thank you for the additional information. I guess I'm still not clear. So this came to Budget Committee. There were questions when it came to Budget Committee. The CAO's budget staff had questions that weren't answered. My understanding is that when this came to the full board, it would be a presented item and the additional questions would have answers to them. But I'm still not seeing the answers to the questions that were asked when this came to Budget Committee.
Well, I presented at budget, and I think that a clear understanding of what our record staff do, how it is that we were going to provide a resolution to, I guess, true transparency about what it is we were trying to do. And hopefully I'm communicating that effectively. And truly an understanding of what our record staff, it's not just answering the phones or doing data entry. They're truly the lifeblood of the sheriff's office, and obviously the support of 6 other agencies in off hours throughout the week, 365 days a year.
Yeah, and I'll just be really clear. I wasn't opposed per se when this came to budget, and I'm not necessarily opposed to this today. I'm just saying that I don't have answers to the questions that were asked when it came to budget, nor am I clear with answers to the questions that I'm asking today about this item. And so in order to approve the item, I do need to have answers to the questions about what exactly is this a new position? Like, if it's a new position, was it work that was already being done? I mean, I think there were a whole list of questions that were asked, and the staff report hasn't been updated.
And Mr. Beaton's going to jump on to help out as well from the CEO staff.
Maybe if we could roll this into the afternoon and get the updated staff report, that would be really helpful for me to feel comfortable voting on this.
All right.
I can make a motion to approve all the other consent items except this, and we could table this item to the afternoon.
We've got a motion for all
second.
49 with the second from, I'll take it from Church. Perfect. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, that just leaves, we're going to trail 49 to the afternoon, see if we can't get some additional details on that one. At this point, we are at general public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to share comments regarding items not on today's agenda, but within the purview of this body. We invite folks to come forward. You have 2 minutes per speaker. We'll go with folks in room first and then go to Zoom.
Good afternoon. Karen Cameron, concerned Salinas resident. Last week I spoke to you about pesticides that I had been notified for spray days, CDPR, the world's first notification system, which does display only the toxic restricted pesticides. I'm averaging about 1 a day. One evening I got 4 applications. These are chemicals that are banned in the EU countries, 40 to 50 of them for carcinogens, cancer-causing. So I want to talk to you today a little bit about the unrestricted category of pesticides, fungicides, and fumigants that are often cocktailed. If you look at the report that Monterey County Weekly had about the monarchs that died right in front of the Pacific Grove Sanctuary, they had an average of 7 different pesticides upon them. How did that happen? It wasn't happening in Pacific Grove. So we got to talk about organophosphates. That's the topic that we brought up to the Monterey County Ag Commissioner when Safe Ag Safe Schools did meet with him. He's refused to meet with us since. He did not take our recommendation of restricting them. These are chemicals that are traced back to Nazi roots in terms of fumigation. They were reduced 54% in California, yet he increased them 26% in Monterey County. This put half of all the pregnancies in Monterey County at risk of not only cancer, lower IQ, autism, asthma, allergies, a long list of potentials. 2 action steps I'd like you to take. First of all, request Monterey County Ag Commissioner reduce or restrict organophosphates use now. It's criminal. Secondly, request that CDPR return our air monitor system to Salinas, salad bowl of the world. It was removed over a decade ago, and we really don't know what we're breathing. I know you have limited control over that, but you can speak out. We all feel like we have limited control in government right now, but we have an urgency to speak out and to do what we can. And I believe if you write a letter as a board to both the county ag commissioner and to the state, that perhaps something would be done so that you're not polluted.
Thank you, Ms. Cameron.
Just right along with me.
Thank you, Ms. Cameron.
Thank
Next.
you.
Thank you for this opportunity, Dr. John from Salinas Community Leaders for Housing Justice. We are also presenting this to the City Council later today, but since so many of our residents of the county come from Salinas, we'd like to present this here. We Salinas Community Leaders for Housing Justice are concerned that the recent investigation into the referendum petition signers in Salinas raises important democratic issues regarding free speech, due process, and the right to address grievances under the California and U.S. constitutions. Regarding constitutional problems, the First Amendment of the Constitution in California's own state constitution both guarantee the right to free speech, petition, and peaceful dissent against government actions, and, of course, to vote. Petitioning the government is explicitly protected. Government retaliation, such as investigations or intimidation of petition signers, can violate these fundamental rights unless clear criminal conduct is demonstrated. Considering democratic concerns, the involvement of law enforcement and the district attorney's office in a context that appears focused on constitutionally protected speech raises red flags for civil liberties. Actions that may suppress speech or discourage civic engagement, especially in smaller communities, are worrying for both democratic practice and legal compliance with state and federal protections. The use of armed investigators to question or interrogate petition signers is a disproportionately aggressive response that could be viewed as intended to suppress lawful dissent. Regarding access to public records, our request for documentation about the referral to the DA is well within our rights under the CPRA, which mandates transparency. Agencies must provide prompt access to records unless they can demonstrate specific, valid, and relevant legal exemptions. Any delay or denial should be justified in writing and can be appealed and challenged legally. We believe that even these considerations should be equitable and commensurate with the crime being investigated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Carrie Swinson. I am a local business owner, small business owner, and also instructor at Hartnell College, and been working on housing for our residents. So I'm going to continue our Salinas Community Leaders Housing Justice. So regarding nonviolence and civic responsibility, our appeals to principles of nonviolence and responsible civic leadership urges public officials to act with restraint and respect for constitutional guarantees. Officials do have discretion, especially in smaller communities, to choose approaches that foster trust and avoid unnecessary escalation against engaged residents. We want you to know we are committed to historic 6 principles of nonviolence, which begin with nonviolence is not for cowards. Steps Salinas Council and the Board of Supervisors can take. Legitimately recognize and publicly acknowledge that through our successful referendum petition drive, the requisite number of people have exerted their protected right of free speech. Do what you can to encourage, promote, and arrange for the discontinuance of clearly abusive and retribution-based DA investigation against the people of Salinas with disclosure. You and your backers know the power of your positions can achieve this. If you want to demonstrate real democratic participatory governance that the people deserve. Our advocacy for democratic norms and constitutional rights in Salinas is both widely protected and critical to ensuring trustworthy local governmental leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
I was prepared to say good morning, but now I'll say good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Lisa Lewis, and I am here once again to ask you supervisors if there's any way that you can intervene on a person who I stand here for with Monterey County Public Guardian and the cell of this woman's home. I heard everything that was being said in support of the veterans and how it was said that when they leave for a duty station, they don't have a choice to when they go and when they return. This conservative's husband, he went to fight, but he didn't come back. And the only thing that was presented to her was his flag in a medal that was so disrespectfully thrown into the garbage when the public guardian as well as Monterey County Fiduciary Services cleared this entire woman's house out of everything. And this gentleman just said he will be able to get some of the medals back or assist this woman in getting these medals back. But there's nothing like the originals, which meant the world to her, on top of her husband's uniform that was thrown away, which meant the world to her. So I'm asking for you guys, if there's anything you can do to stop the sale of this house until this woman has had an opportunity to go into court, which she has been denied, and speak her truth, it would be greatly appreciated, not only for her advocates, but for her and her husband who gave his life for this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Anyone else in the room?
Hello, Wes Wise, Salinas Monterey County Homeless Union co-president. Wanted to bring up a little bit about, why I guess I feel like a patriot or whatever. In 2019, we actually ransacked a state thing on homelessness. It was like $120 a plate or whatever. And we kind of, barged in on it. We also came down to Monterey County because of that, kind of halfway invited by staff and folks. And from that, we brought Sacramento, Santa Cruz, and here, talking about, people just need a place to be. And if you're not going to provide housing, why are you taking the housing that they're providing for themselves? From that became a position paper on sweeps from the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers saying that's just not the way you should do it. You should provide services. That was January of 2020. What happened right after that? COVID. Well, now that your health was a concern, you legislated, well, then we should just let shelter in place. Okay? But yet, if you're outside, people were still attacked. And so we were able to solidify actual shelter in place, not only Monterey County and Salinas and also Seaside. And then that was actually shelter in place. What were we doing? We were providing porta potties and water, for hand washing, provided dumpsters. And what we need to do is provide laundry and shower, kitchen, everything that's in your own house, people need, they still need it. They're providing their own generators, they're doing their own stoves, and you want to take it all away. Well, you're not allowed to have that. That's not permitted. Where are people supposed to be? Why did we draw the line at? Well, if you paid rent, then we'll let you stay. But if you didn't pay rent, you don't belong here because you're trespassing. Simple trespass. That's not a real crime. But you're attacking people, and what it turns into is wealth extraction and redistribution of wealth to people who are contracted. And that's just not okay.
Thank you.
Stop the sweep.
Anyone else in the room? All right, we're going to go to Zoom. I've got, it looks like 5 hands up. We'll start with the number that ends in 705.
Yes, hello, Supervisors. Lorna Moffett here. I sent a letter to Supervisor Daniels, but it's also addressed to all of you, and particularly to Supervisor Church, who I want to thank for being so active to try to stop any more battery fires within our area. But I am requesting a resolution to present to your board that would allocate and demand money for the farmers of our region who are losing much economic revenue because of the battery fires, and that they are compensated for their loss with money coming from the battery companies that were responsible for those fires. As it is now, silence has fallen upon the heavy metals our vegetables are absorbing. Is this right or fair? I don't buy vegetables from Salinas anymore, but nationwide people have no idea the poisoning they are ingesting. It is time to inform everyone of the great injustice to all, and the farmers who must hope and pray that word doesn't get out. Let's make those responsible compensate the farmers for what they have lost, a healthy and vital food industry, and also demand that signage be put up on all vegetables across this nation and here to warn consumers of what they are ingesting. Earthbound and other organic producers are still touting their vegetables as organic with no warning signs of the heavy metals they are now absorbing. So how can a person trust the organic industry, which is already eroded? One group has independently had Salinas soil tested and lists the heavy metals the soil now contains and will for at least a century to come because plants absorb these metals. That's a fact. Secondly, I wish to thank the lady who is educating you at almost every free speech about the pesticides farmers are using. The CHOMP study done back in '91 placed Monterey County as the #1
Thank
cancer
you.
of breast
We're at
and
time.
lung.
Thank you, Lorna. We're going to go to phone number 837 next. 837.
Hello, supervisors. This is Brian Rosen. I was just hearing about how in Illinois, ICE has been videotaped saying we change the license plates all the time. Illinois is saying you can't do that. If anybody does that, they're going to be arrested. It doesn't matter who they are. They don't have complete immunity to break basic laws and constitutional rights. There's a hotline for license plate tampering hotline that was inspired by this. I think it would be good if you could do the same thing. ICE is doing terrible things to people. Brutal Gestapo force, brutalizing people of color, especially brutalizing protesters who are just exercising their constitutional right, taking people out of the country with no due process. You know, cities are now declaring ICE-free zones on city property. Now, I forget what area that was, but it's been in the news. You could do the same thing. Now, I just want to make a comment and a suggestion when you praise the military, because that comes up in front of you a lot. When is the last time the military actually fought for our freedoms? Was it the Iraq War? Which weapons of mass destruction, it was the Saudis that did it? Was it the Vietnam War? Okay, World War I and World War II. And then you had 100 years or so of killing Indians, Native Americans through the cavalry. So how were they? I guess the Native Americans, some of them were scalping people. So we're going to celebrate the military. That was a lengthy period. So I'd like you to please be more specific in the future when you mention how the military is protecting our freedoms. They don't seem to be doing it right now unless they follow their oath to the Constitution and don't disobey orders. Martin Luther King said that.
We're at time. Thank you. I'm going to go to LaShawn Coleman next. LaShawn?
Hello, hi. Hello, supervisors. Again, once again, my name is LaShawn Coleman. I'm here as part of the Coalition for Just and Equitable California. I'm also here because Senate Bill 515 is now law, and it requires local governments across California to update their data system so people can identify as descendants of enslaved Black Americans. So for generations, our lineage has been invisible in public data. When all Black people are grouped together, the real gaps in housing, health, and opportunity stay hidden. SB 515 changes that. It allows us to see the truth and act on it. We've already had and seen powerful disaggregated data can be, and how it helps broadly. When agencies separate subgroups, data for communities like the Vietnamese, Filipino, and Tongan residents, they uncover unmet needs and created effective, targeted programs. Now it's time to do the same for the American Freedmen community, which is the community I am a part, to serve us, truly reach us. Let's fully implement SB 515 and lead with fairness, visibility, and justice. And I appreciate you guys' time, and thank you for letting me speak, and you have a blessed day.
Thank you. We're going to go to our next commenter. I see a last name, Velasquez. Velasquez, we'll give you the floor.
Yes, my name is Malika Velasquez, and I am commenting today on 515, legislation authored by the Coalition for Just and Equitable California and Senator Laura Richardson. This is something very important to me as a Black American freedman. So though I serve on multiple boards and a commission here in Monterey County, today I am speaking as a private individual. SB 515 is to be implemented by local municipalities in the state of California by January 1st, 2027. Yet today we are asking Monterey County to be proactive and to begin the implementation of the requirements of this law as soon as possible. Those requirements include the updating of forms and data systems. This is about visibility and truth for California communities such as that of my Black American freedmen community, defined as those descended from American chattel enslavement, a community whose needs have been long invisible under the Black umbrella in this county and throughout the state. This has caused real disparities in housing, health, income, and opportunities that have stayed hidden throughout the state of California, if not the nation. The disaggregation of this type of information has proven time and time again to be for multiple communities that have found themselves lacking or being excluded from needed resources due to being under a racial or ethnic umbrella. Examples of this inequity include the Vietnamese and Tongan communities in San Francisco that were found to be being left out of city programs. This led the city to respond with specific resources and supports for language access and youth programming. Santa Clara County disaggregated health data and found higher rates of COVID infection in the Vietnamese and Filipino communities that allowed them to respond with targeted testing, vaccination sites, and community health workers. This is why this is so important for my Black American freedmen community. By disaggregating this information, we can finally understand and act specific to the needs of the local Black freedmen community, one that has drastically decreased over multiple decades, often due to a lack of resources to save their residency. The full implementation of 515 will make our county a statewide model for fairness, visibility, and justice. I thank you for your time and have emailed this information to the entire board.
Thank you. We're going to go to CJEC. CJEC. You'll be our last speaker via Zoom.
Thank you very much. This is Chris Lausch, and I am a lead organizer with the Coalition for Just and Equitable California, and calling in today to support the two comments that you just heard in relation to Senate Bill 515. As your local board member and constituent, Malika just said, and as our sister LaShawn said a few minutes ago earlier, this new law takes effect in January of this coming year, but needs to be implemented by the 1st of January 2027. And we wrote the law, so we're here offering ourselves as a resource to your county to help you understand the law, help you implement the law. We've been working on this for several years now. The governor signed one of our earlier versions of this bill in 2022. That's Section 14 of Senate Bill 189. That bill required all state agencies to update their hiring forms with this new way of collecting data for Black Americans. That implementation began early 2024 and continues to this day. And our new law, SB 515, now requires every one of California's 538 cities and counties to do the same thing. And so what we're doing is we're going around and alerting and informing folks like yourselves, and again, offering ourselves up for a resource. So I won't, belabor the point. It's almost recess. I know y'all want to get to recess. And so what I'll say is we are a resource. Please do, feel free to be in touch with Malika. She has emailed all this information to you. And if you have questions, we are here to help. Thanks much. Enjoy lunch.
Thank you. All right, then with that, we'll close public comment, bring it back. We did add one urgency item this morning, so we'll take that up now. In terms of a presentation, do you want to share, Madam CAO, sort of what the requested action is?
This was a request that came in late yesterday. I'm sorry, we worked on it over the weekend with council, and I think I'm going to defer to council in terms of the language itself. She presented earlier, and it is related to the disbursement of SNAP dollars, and in consultation with Roderick, who's Director of Social Services, in the estimate that we're offering is after having that conversation with him.
And the direct request was to direct the CAO to authorize a one-time allocation of $150,000 to the Monterey County Food Bank to support local communities given the reduction in SNAP benefits.
So to speak to this, the reason that I asked that this be put on our agenda for consideration today in this form was obviously the timing and the frame of if we didn't do it now, we're going to have to wait till the 18th, but doing a deep dive on Friday and Saturday into the SNAP issues and their impact on our county, knowing that even with the judge's stay, the monthly expenditure of the federal government is $9 billion on the program, and the total amount left in the USDA's emergency reserve was $5 billion. So even if appropriately allocated out, it would only be about 50% of benefits that were covered for our residents, but we've heard rumor or the whispers that they may not be fairly allocated. They may be sent to states based on political favor. And so given that, understanding the issues that we have in our community with the Thanksgiving holiday approaching, and knowing that we've traditionally had a good partner in the food bank who does an incredible job of acquiring and distributing food rather than recreate the wheel, I was hoping that we could come together and show them some support in this incredible time where they become the backbone of our community through this critical need. So that's where it's coming from. I'll go to Supervisor Church.
My question is just why 150 was picked. If I get a little more, 150 sounds like a lot of money, but really is it in terms of this? So if I can give just a little more explanation on why we have that, why it's not perhaps more, for example.
Yes, that's a dollar amount that I had added in there, knowing that we would want to have conversation with your board if there's a different amount that you'd like to bring forward, but also keeping in mind just the budget situation that we are in, and in working with Roderick. If there's an additional need, we could always return to that. This would be a one-time allocation, but certainly your board could determine that you'd like to do a different amount, and then we'd have to work with our team to identify those dollars.
I guess the question then is what's 150 going to do? I mean, in terms of people, really, in terms of food and quantity. It's a number out there. Sounds great, but I don't have a picture of what it's going to do.
Sure. Supervisor Daniels.
I'm curious if there's been any consideration of reaching out to the jurisdictions once we make this decision, and there could be a comparable, not obviously the same amount, but based on proportion of residents in those jurisdictions, we could make an ask to consider matching proportionally the donation to the food bank from the jurisdictions. We've done that in homelessness before with outreach to the county, using the county dollar amount as, obviously it was a lot larger what the county was contributing, but asking the jurisdictions to consider making an allocation that's proportional to the population or whatever they feel they can. But that's a way to increase that amount.
It's also how we did the Salinas Valley Promise match back in the day. So that's a great thought. Supervisor Askew?
Yeah, no, I'm 100%, let's do what we can. And if that's what the CAO looked and was able to identify funding for, I'm supportive. To put this in context, though, I just want to, provide when I look at the numbers and I level set, we're looking at 50,000 Monterey County residents who rely on CalFresh food assistance every month to meet their nutritional needs and to balance their monthly checkbook and account for all of their financial needs while keeping food on their table. 50,000 Monterey County residents, and the total amount of money, if I got the data wrong, please correct me, Roderick, but we received a presentation on this just recently, and it's $9.5 million a month in benefits that come into our county, into SNAP benefits. There's no way that local dollars can backfill the loss of these federal funds. $9.5 million in SNAP EBT benefits to 50,000 Monterey County residents. So absolutely, let's contribute to the food bank. Absolutely, let's ask our city partners to contribute. Absolutely, let's ask philanthropy to step up and participate. But let's absolutely know and understand that there are neighbors, there are elders, there are children who are hurting because they won't be able to make ends meet this month or next month until those benefits get filled. And let's remember that the impact of HR 1 means that 10,000 of those 50 will fall off of eligibility in the coming year. So the hurt is real, the harm is real. and the ongoing impact is going to be a significant to all of our families and communities. So I think the significance of what it is that our residents and our neighbors are facing can't be understated today. I think it's important that collectively we're not just recognizing that the food bank is significant. The food bank also, and by and large, so many of the individuals who receive food bank ingredients also need to be able to get to where those ingredients, to pick up those ingredients. The food bank does provide resources to other services and pantries like Meals on Wheels, but Meals on Wheels is also being cut. WIC programs, which I've asked for an update on, WIC is at risk of having services benefits cut. WIC provides a formula for babies in our community, and I think there's some triaging that I'm hoping that we can also do as we think about where the needs are greatest and where the needs are greatest and who has the greatest needs. The state has put significant resources into backfilling for food banks. I'm not sure where the backfill is coming for WIC dollars, but we can't go without having formula for the WIC backfill. And if the AAA, from what I understand, our area agency on aging that provides funding to Meals on Wheels and our seniors who are homebound, that's a group that I also want to make sure we're not forgetting about. Those are homebound seniors who rely on food deliveries. So as we're putting money here, yes, the need is there. But I think I'd also like to ask that we have our staff take a look at triaging where those additional needs are going to hit us so that we can be responsive where the needs are coming next and where they're going to be to the most vulnerable, whether that be infant formula, whether that be homebound seniors, and collectively understanding that there's no possible way we can meet the needs of 50,000 Monterey County residents backfilling $9.5 million a month just simply on the SNAP benefit side, knowing that there's additional WIC and AAA dollars that are also being cut.
Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank our staff and Roderick, our Director of Social Services, for the work to bring this forward. It is an urgent matter, very urgent. And I did request this last week during my individual comments. I had flagged this, saying that SNAP benefits were set to run out November 1st, which they have, last Saturday. And but what's concerning, thank God for the federal courts that ordered the Trump administration to use the $5 billion in emergency as a stopgap. But as was stated repeatedly here, it's not enough. This isn't intended to replace everything, of course, but it is intended, I think, to supplement what the state of California is doing. They have approved the governor has approved releasing $80 million specifically for food banks and deploy assistance of the National Guard to assist with food distribution. I just haven't heard that the money has landed yet, even though it's supposed to be an expedited process. I haven't heard that any of the local food banks have received the state dollars yet. Hopefully that comes very soon. But this is a message of at least doing our part with our limited funds. We're supplementing whatever's going to come down from the state to ensure that during these, hopefully not too far long, until Congress could get their act together to end the shutdown, that we could have these resources assist our most vulnerable, many who are children, many who are seniors, many who are disabled, some veterans. And just think about it, it is at the worst possible time that this could happen to the SNAP food SNAP program right before Thanksgiving. and it doesn't sound like there's going to be a resolution anytime soon. So it does look like we're going to go into the holidays where people are going to be short on food, people who depended on this program to provide for their families, for their children. So for me, this is good. I think this is leadership, and I like the idea of encouraging other local governments to chip in what they can. Not everybody has the resources that the county of Monterey has, but I think, as said by Supervisor Daniels, each local government can contribute something, because this is going to their residents who desperately need it. So I thank you once again for Monterey County for being a leader and addressing the needs. And this isn't our first rodeo at doing this. During the COVID, the Department of Social Services also gave money to the local food banks. But then we had the ARPA federal dollars. We don't have that allocation to provide that assistance during a serious emergency. And so we're having to deal with the more limited dollars that we do have. Thank you. I think this is the right thing to do, and I hope that our residents will see we're trying to put our part in, along with the state of California, to provide this critical assistance during a very urgent time for these families just before the holidays. Thank you.
All right, let's take this out to the public, see if there's public input on this. I see a hand up from Elsa Jimenez of the Health Department. Elsa, we'll give you the floor.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for discussing some local to ensure don't go as hungry in the coming month. I wanted to clarify statements made regarding WIC program. WIC continues to be open, available for services. Our doors are open. Our WIC clients are able to continue to receive their benefits. It is funded through the end of November, and the state of California has made a commitment to initiate a loan through its Department of Finance if the federal government continues past November 30th to fund the WIC program in California through the end of the calendar year or December 31st. So hopefully our WIC families who also rely on SNAP benefits are still continuing to come and get their WIC benefits. I'm happy to report that we have not seen decline in the number of our residents continuing to seek our WIC program educational services as well as their benefits. So for the moment, it remains funded through the end of November, and there is a plan by the state of California to fund it through the end of December if the federal shutdown continues into that.
Thank you. We'll go to Roderick Franks here in room.
Lopez and Supervisors, Roderick Franks, Director of Social Services. Again, I do appreciate your support for the families and children and single individuals facing food insecurity in the County of Monterey. Just some quick statistics I wanted to put out for you today, that we have about 28,000 CalFresh cases, households receiving CalFresh benefits in the County of Monterey. The average monthly benefit for those households is about $342 a month. It's not a lot, $10 a day to supply food for a household, and that does equate to about that $9.6 million that goes out monthly for CalFresh benefits. The majority of those benefits turn right back around into the local economy, so it is an economic engine as well as addressing food security for our county as well. Of those 51,000 persons that are receiving CalFresh benefits, about 29,000 of those are children. And so we must always remember that more than half of the individual persons receiving CalFresh benefits are our youngest and most vulnerable in our county. And I would also like to point out that a significant portion of those receiving CalFresh benefits are also those with earned income. So it is those that are working, but working and receiving little and needing this extra support to support themselves to have nutritious food and supplement their income. So I do appreciate your willingness to move forward with this type of support to our food bank to assist those in this time of need. I would like to say we did receive guidance from the USDA just this morning on how to go about administering the 50% of typical allocation. That's the guidance that's being given to us. There was, though, some additional information that came later that the president had indicated that he was not willing to move forward and authorize the benefits until the shutdown had ended. I have since received information that the White House press secretary has clarified that statement and indicated that, yes, the administration will be moving forward to administer the contingency funds at the 50% benefit level. In our state, that will require a little bit of time to get that all going. Best case scenario, just from my own personal experience, is that should take about a week for people to have benefits loaded onto their EBT cards, unless there is some glitch that happens to come up. But we will be working with the state and the CalSAWS statewide system to administer these benefits as quickly as possible to our local residents.
Thank you, Roderick.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to go back to public. I see a hand up from Maika Velasquez. We'll give you the floor.
Yes, hi, thank you for that. I also wanted to touch on the fact that, being that we are celebrating Veterans Day, in our county board of county supervisors meeting, many military families are on SNAP benefits. I know that seems to go unmentioned often, during times when we're discussing this government assistance, but many military families are on SNAP benefits. Also, our elderly veterans and even civilians are also on SNAP benefits. So it's very important that we try to get this situation worked out. But in the interim, at least getting, the needed resources to our food banks so that we can help, those that we are celebrating today. In regards to the Board of Supervisor meeting and in regards to next Tuesday. So I just wanted to make sure that that was said because I hadn't heard that mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other hands up. Nobody coming forward in room. We'll close public comment, bring it back to the dais. Supervisor Askew.
Just in addition to this item for the food bank, could we also request that our area agency on aging look at our state modernization augmentation dollars for the opportunity to fully expend those for this year? From what I understand, there's some additional dollars that are available that could be expended on senior nutrition programming. Could we ask our CAO to take a closer look at that and bring back any options that may be available?
Sure. We actually sent an email late yesterday about 4:30 based on information that I received from Roderick. And at this point, there was no additional available AAA modernization dollars, which is Area Agency on Aging. All of it had been allocated to the appropriate agencies, and that's for the existing contracts, which is Meals on Wheels Monterey Peninsula and Meals on Wheels on Salinas Valley. The allocations do encompass the congregate meal and home delivered meals restrictions or requirements. Additionally, the AAA Senior Nutrition Program provides partners with the food bank to provide fresh produce through markets at their sites and deliver bags to homebound seniors. So it was information that was shared with the board late yesterday, but we did have Roderick look into that.
Okay, so there's nothing left in the 25-26 allocation either?
No.
Fully expended.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
We got a motion. Motion from Supervisor Lemos, second from Supervisor Daniels. I'll ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We are recessing for lunch. We'll reconvene here in half an hour at 1:30.
supervisors from our lunch recess. Currently, Supervisor Church, Daniels, Alejo, and Askew are present. Supervisor Lopez will be joining us shortly. I want to take a brief moment to remind everyone that today is November 4th. It is Election Day, so if you haven't had a chance to turn your ballot in, the polls are open, and if you've lost your ballot, they can help you at the polls. So go turn your ballots in. And make sure you don't forget, it is Election Day. If we could have our announcement from our Spanish interpretation services. Kenya, are you with us remotely?
Yes. Yes, thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you. Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Kenia, yo voy a ser su intérprete. Si alguien requiere de servicios de interpretación para el resto de la reunión, por favor, pida unos audífonos para escuchar toda la información de forma simultánea en español. Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us today. Our first scheduled item for the afternoon is item number 35, to conduct a public hearing to obtain residents' views and respond to proposals and questions received during the 30-day public comment period for our amended Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnership Act 25 through 29 Consolidated Plan and Annual Action Plan for fiscal year 25-26. We have Darby. No, sorry, who do we have with us? Is it Dawn or Darby today? Darby, we've got Darby with us to present. The floor is yours.
There we go. Good afternoon, members of the board. Darby Marshall. I am with Housing and Community Development. I am the Housing Program Manager, and today I'm here to give you some background on the Home Investment Partnership Act and how it fits into the county's consolidated plan, and then hopefully gain concurrence on how we propose to use funding the first year. As Supervisor Rudasky pointed out, we are here to conduct a public hearing, close out the 30-day public comment period for the amended Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnership Act Consolidated Plan and Annual Plan. We're also going to ask that you authorize the Auditor Controller to amend the fiscal year 25-26 adopted budget to increase revenue and appropriations in Fund 13, Unit 8545 by $403,480. That is the amount of the home grant that we have been notified that we will receive. And last, authorize the Director of Housing and Community Development or their designee to sign the document and submit it to HUD so that we can begin implementing the program. Real quickly, the home program is just one of many different financing tools for housing affordable to primarily households earning 50 to 80% AMI, area median income. It alone is not going to address the county's affordable housing needs. It's only about $500,000 a year. It's not going to go very far. Just for some perspective, the average tax credit project, which is the mainstay of how we fund multifamily affordable housing in the county, requires 6 to 7 different sources of funding, and home accounts for about 3% of the total capital raised for tax credit projects. The activities that we're recommending today are just for the first year and are an expedient because we wanted to get a plan before you before we lost the opportunity to qualify for these funds. There's no guarantee that once HUD notifies us in 1 year that if we pass on it, that we will continue to be eligible in subsequent years if we miss that first open of the window. The Home Investment Program is authorized by the Cranston-Gonzalez National Affordable Housing Act, and importantly, one of the huge distinctions here is this program is really about creating housing. It's not about services. It's not about helping people retain their housing. It is about creating housing opportunities. There are 2 programs that are funded out of this program, the entitlement program and the state program. Historically, the county has been participating through the state program. Our last home grant was in 2010. It was $1 million for first-time home buyer assistance. We had to return $980,000 because the county We just could not find housing that qualified for HUD standards in the unincorporated area. So there is a challenge there in terms of using it for down payment assistance. And then there is the entitlement program. And in home parlance, that means that the county is now being eligible to become designated as a participating jurisdiction. Little background, we have funded, and this is county-wide, not just the county, but cities included, 23 multifamily projects with about $470 million in cost to build that's not adjusted, and the home represents about 10% of that. On average in those projects, we are putting about $2.1 million of home funding into it. We also have run a down payment and housing rehabilitation programs in the past with about $4.8 million lent at an average of about $34,000 per loan. It's important to note that Salinas in these home numbers for the multifamily account for about 16% of the funding, and they have been a home participating jurisdiction for 15 or 20 years at least. The county, for this year, we have been notified we will have the 403,480. We have to match it with local funds to get up to the minimum home award of 500,000. And then we also have to provide a local match that brings the total amount dedicated to home activities in Monterey County to $612,500. By comparison, the state program has about $35 million to make grants and loans to jurisdictions. Nonprofits and housing developers stand to be able to get a lot more if they compete at the state level as opposed to if the county becomes a participating jurisdiction. The downside is Monterey County has not been terribly competitive for home funding for a number of years. And I believe the last time I checked, the last home grant in the county was 2014. And that was for any project anywhere in the county. Allowed activities, homeowner rehabilitation, home buyer activities, down payment assistance, and housing counseling to do our best to make sure that when we make a down payment assistance loan to a household, that they are educated about how to manage their finances and manage their new home so that they can remain in it. We can do tenant-based rental assistance, we can do rental housing development, and we can use 10% of the grant for program administration and planning. We cannot use home to support public housing, so there's not a lot we can do if the housing authority needs money to rehab a project. We cannot do tenant-based rental assistance. So if we wanted to provide rental assistance to stabilize Kent's Court, we could not use home funding for that. That would be project-based. Obviously, no political or lobbying. For the deeper affordability, particularly when we start talking about the homeless or recently coming out of homeless or supportive housing, we cannot fund reserve accounts or ongoing operating subsidies. So it makes it a challenge for the affordable housing developer because then they have to figure out a way to capitalize their reserves to replace the units or to provide any supportive services that are necessary for specialized clientele. And then we can no longer use these funds to match other federal programs. Statewide, somewhere between 50 and 75% of entitlement home dollars are used for multifamily. Just to give you an idea of, that seems to be where jurisdictions tend to put these dollars just because it's the biggest bang for the buck. When we have done down payment assistance or housing rehab, we have typically structured those as 30-year loans deferred. And on the down payment assistance side, what that does is it improves the home buyers' ratios, debt-to-income ratio, because they don't have to make a monthly debt service payment on our silent second. The downside is 30 years of accruing interest at 3% could be a big nut when you finally pay off your first mortgage. The rehab loans we have typically structured as repayable on transfer because these are extremely low-income households, and typically they've been seniors in the past, and so they have fixed incomes that don't really allow for a lot of debt service, so we just take our repayment when they have to move out of their home for whatever reason. Again, if I go too fast, feel free to interrupt me. I live this stuff all the time. Home does require that we record periods of affordability, and then if a loan repays early, we have to reinvest to get another household into ownership or rehab at the same affordability level. One thing I want to point out is the home term of affordability does not qualify for RENA credit. It's not long enough. So that's just something to be aware of. Home loans are not necessarily going to help us. Property standards, we have to, when we work with a developer, building codes naturally, we want to see energy efficiency, and we require broadband installation. We also have a due diligence responsibility to determine that the location of the rental property is appropriate for the site and neighborhood standards. Rehab projects, we are really in the past have been looking at primarily health and safety issues, units that were very close to either being red tagged or had in fact been red tagged. This is a way to keep people in their homes. We do bring them up to all health and safety standards. We also work on lead-based paint abatement to make sure that the homes are safe for especially children when they have been rehabbed. Some of the home investment program can be challenging. As I mentioned, we had to return our last grant because we couldn't find qualified houses in the unincorporated area. The federal government sets a maximum purchase price, and it also sets a maximum amount that we can invest. So right now, we can invest up to $209,000 as down payment assistance or a rehab loan, and a maximum purchase price of $970,000. Well, an income qualified household of $115,700 for a family of four is certainly not going to be qualifying for a $970,000 house. Where it becomes really challenging is finding homes that are in good condition in the unincorporated areas, or because right now that's all we're able to do is the unincorporated areas. This is not the urban county yet. I'm hoping to get us there next year. So that's part of why we had to return all those dollars 15 years ago. Is at the time it was $680,000 was the maximum purchase price, and at the time it was impossible to find qualifying units and income qualified households who could qualify for that mortgage. One of the nice things about this becoming a participating jurisdiction is we will be able to invest in projects in cities if the cities are also investing. So it's a way for us to leverage other dollars and create primarily multifamily opportunities in areas that have services. Right now, as a state's program participant, the state doesn't allow that. They limit us to using our dollars in the unincorporated area. And one of the downsides to that is we are sitting on about $2.66 million in state home program funds because we do not have projects in the unincorporated area that can use the dollars right now. So we're kind of in a bind. I'm cash rich, but project poor, if you will. And unfortunately, we are not going to be able to transfer those dollars straight over to the participating jurisdiction home account. The federal regs just don't allow it. They did for CDBG, which was great. And home, especially when we're talking some of the smaller rehab projects, it does trigger Davis-Bacon, which can increase the cost of projects 20 to 30%. So it can make things expensive. We have been lucky in the past. We have been able to chase home grants, specifically when we had projects like Chispas Moro Coho, where they needed some very small gap down payment assistance, $6,000 to $12,000, $13,000, which was great. And that's a real sweet spot for the program when we have those opportunities. But we've also seen down payment assistance go as high as $200,000. And because these are deferred, it's not a very steady repayment stream that gives us the ability to say year in, year out, we can finance a program. So we haven't been. For the first year, we are proposing two uses. One is what's tenant-based rental assistance or tenant-based assistance. It can be rental assistance. It could be subsidies for down payment security deposits, things like that. Typically, it is 24 months maximum. And the rental subsidies are tied to households. They're not project-based, so they go wherever the household lives. And we're proposing to allocate $150,000 to that. And then the other use is a rehab program, probably the first year in conjunction with partnering with the city of Salinas. I've had some early conversations because they're also bringing back a rehab program. And these are very expensive programs in terms of qualifying a household, doing the inspection of the homes to do the work write-up, and then monitoring the construction as it goes through. So there may be some opportunities for us to streamline and do some cost saving by focusing in the first year on housing opportunities in the immediate Salinas area, and looking to expand that in future years. Again, primarily focusing on code violations, energy efficiency, and accessibility improvements. Right now, for the tenant-based assistance, we're looking at possibly partnering with the Housing Authority. There are other agencies that have done things like this in the past. The Housing Resource Center of Monterey County comes to mind. And we will be reaching out to make sure that they submit proposals when we go out with our NOFA in December. The housing rehabilitation program, as I mentioned, possibly with the city of Salinas, possibly with the Habitat for Humanity. Again, it's for the number of units that we can potentially serve with $475,000. It may be a little bit too much to ask of a Habitat for Humanity to tackle, but it may be something that the city can just piggyback with what they're working on.
Darby, I'm sorry, could you just repeat that? That was for which?
That was for the housing rehabilitation.
Okay.
Okay. And with that, that concludes staff's presentation. I am available for questions if you have any. Thank you.
All right, let's go to questions on the dais. Supervisor Daniels?
Thank you, Chair Lopez. So if you could just reiterate for me what the $2.66 million is, what is that comprised of?
So over the last 35 years, the county has received a number of home grants that we have used to finance loans to Chispa, Mid-Penn, Eden Housing, and about 143 individual homeowners. That $2.66 million represents repayments on those loans.
And it's sitting in an account because it's accessible. We could use it for new projects. Is that correct? But it's sitting in the account because there are no projects to apply it to?
Correct.
And those projects also could be rental assistance?
The state would probably allow that. They probably would not look kindly on us trying to allocate the whole thing.
Understood, but it could be
But it could be, yes.
Okay, and then 15 years ago, how much was returned?
$980,000.
Okay. I'm not sure where to sort of direct this question, but I feel like there's some creative thinking that's needed by this board. Like this, just hearing this presentation, just like it's shocking to me, because we have people who are literally becoming homeless simply because of the rent and the cost of rent. And I cannot believe we can't figure out a way to create projects for the housing development or the rehabilitation, or even partner with Habitat in a new way that we haven't considered. They have a brand new CEO. She is phenomenal and creative. So I'm not sure to where to direct this energy, but I am stepping up and available to be as creative as we need to be to use these dollars to solve probably the biggest challenge we have in Monterey County. And so just putting that out there.
Yeah, so much more here, and I agree with you, Kate, Supervisor Daniels. And so this is now the third time I've heard this presentation. It came through the Health, Housing, Homelessness, and Human Services Committee, as well as the Urban Counties Committee. And there's lots in the Urban Counties Committee that I think needs, and Glenn and I have sort of started digging into everything that sits in that space, which includes, I think, the Home Funds Program and the CDBG program, and so yes. And to provide, I think, some context around my understanding of what is sort of within this particular, what's before us today, is the amendment. So we received some additional money. It's the $403,000. And the question, as it's been framed to me through the previous presentations, is how we should best amend our current plan to spend that $403,000. So if you go back to the last slide, I think that better outlines the options that were broken down. Yep, that one here, I think. That the options that were hashed out in the committees were really between this choice of tenant-based rental assistance and or security deposit program, or housing rehabilitation. We would have to go out through the NOFA process to find partners to work with us for either one of those. So the county wouldn't be doing the work. The question is, how much money do we put into both of those pots? From where I sit, I think the tenant-based rental assistance is a great program. It's one that the Housing Authority operates through the Section 8 voucher program. The concern that I have about putting money into a tenant-based rental assistance is that these are effectively one-time funds. We don't have ongoing funds available to start and continue running a tenant-based rental assistance program. So that was where I hesitated to say, let's put it all into that for a one-time project that we would be starting up and then not be able to continue funding. So as part of that conversation, we talked to Darby, and the recommendation that came out of the one of the committees was what's the proposed use was thinking about maybe putting 150 into the pot, which could be tenant-based rental assistance on some amount, or potentially rental subsidies, or the security deposit assistance, which we also know we need to get people into housing. So $150,000 into a NOFA for that purpose, and then I'm sorry, did I get the numbers right? 425,000, is that correct, Darby? That can't be right.
Yeah, well, it's based on the 612,500.
So 425 into another pot that would be for rehabilitation of owner-occupied single-family housing within the jurisdiction that we're allowed to spend it in. So that would be for low-income properties that need, energy efficiency, rehabilitation, roofs that leak, so that people can stay in their homes. And the other thing that we did talk about, but that we weren't prepared to move forward with, was recognizing that we have our ADU ordinance now up and running. We thought that there could be opportunities to help subsidize and get people up and running with their ADUs, with the restricted ADUs, but that we didn't have a program that was ready to activate to we have to fully expend these dollars within a timeline that's pretty tight. And we have to have the plan updated and fully talk about how we're going to expend them. I think the timeline for that is this month. So because of the tight timelines, this seemed like the most effective way to get the plan updated, to get the funds expended so that we can continue being eligible for the funding moving forward. So if
I could just clarify, thank you, Supervisor Askew and Chair. I understood what was on this I understood what was before us, but in your presentation, you got into a lot more than what was in the staff report and what was being recommended. So I'm fine with the recommendation, but a lot more, it seems, was presented than what we read about, and that's what I'm responding to. And that's, I literally went to Target last night, probably around, I think they closed at 11, so it was about 9:30 at night, and I was parked next to a car and that was filled with a family, and all the windows fogged up and little smart tablets going on and it's just, you just can't separate these questions from the reality in our community. And so if rental assistance is going to get that family in somewhere or save them from losing their residence, that's just more what I'm responding to right now. And so again, I'm responding to all the details about this money and the challenges with this money and monies that's been returned in the past that was in this presentation that was not necessarily part of the recommendation and what's in our board staff report.
But I think that what's become clearer and clearer to me is that it's so critically important that sometimes we know where the funds sit, and if we don't have projects ready to go, if we're not one step ahead and prepared to move on projects when the funding becomes available, we're going to miss out on those dollars. And I think that we know enough to know where the funding streams are coming from. And this is definitely one where we need to, I think, be more, we'd be one step ahead with our planning. And there are some opportunities here that we can plan for. So I look forward to, I think, on the Housing Committee and on the Urban Counties Committee to trying to be thoughtful in how the proactive direction that we're giving as a board and as committees so that we can do exactly what it is that you're describing. But thank you.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, just on the draft document, attachment A, I think there's some outdated information there. It says Bay Area Community Services operates the Share Center, Monterey County's largest housing navigation center. So that's outdated for about a year. So just a typo there. It's now Community Human Services. I just wanted to speak, though, on the direct assistance, either the security deposit assistance program or rental subsidies. Both of those I strongly support. And we already have existing partners that do this kind of work. The coalition, social services gives money through the homelessness funding to some of these nonprofits to do rapid rehousing, things like that. So does the continuum of care. It could be the Housing Resource Center. It could be CECL. It could be Community Human Services. There's already partners who do it. We just got to give the parameters of their money. And certainly we get calls all the time of people who hit hard times and all they need is that security deposit or that security deposit in the first month's rent to get back into housing. And so those programs are needed and they're easy because once money runs up, they said that you don't have any more. But for those families that could tap into it for as long as the money lasts, it makes the world of difference. And so the only other thing on home funds I wanted to ask, what about on the rehabilitation, which is a topic we don't really hone in on, but I know it's needed, and I'm thinking of Glenn's district in Pajaro, where you have the most dilapidated mobile homes, and I'm thinking right there off of Salinas Road, those residents, like they could use a roof because it leaks during the winter. These are like smaller rehabilitation efforts that for those that's all they have, and these are mobile homes that are decades old, and they're falling apart each year. They're getting worse. These were some of those lower amount of rehabilitation could really make the world a difference. In this one case, it was leaking so bad. There was a family member who had a health condition. So when it leaked during the winter, it created mildew and humid, which cause respiratory problems. Like just that would really benefit the whole family. But I think that we haven't really structured a program that could say, okay, we have limited dollars, but some of these fixes for these mobile homes are much lower scale. A lot more families you could assist. But for me, that seems like one that's targeted to the lowest income residents who probably have the least resources to be able to rehabilitate their homes, but would make the difference. I'm thinking of King City. I'm thinking a lot of other disadvantaged areas where these mobile homes are in pretty bad shape in the unincorporated areas. But we have to structure a program that could directly reach out to them and encourage those homeowners or mobile homeowners to apply for it to make those retrofits. Any thoughts on that? Like that kind of a targeted program?
Be careful what you wish for. It sounds like it's a very good idea. The challenge is very frequently, and we have seen this with mobile home manufactured homes in the past, where by the time we get to them, we have to replace it. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, because it does definitively improve the quality of life for that household. But it also makes the project that much more expensive and harder to go through. We can structure something in the NOFA that really helps target the kind of activity that you're talking about. And hopefully one of the community partners can craft a project that does that, and we can recommend funding. Historically, when the county has operated these rehab programs, it's been few and far between, and it's been really major rehab. We really will need to spend some time thinking about in the NOFA how to target smaller rehab projects that really focus on health and safety issues.
All right. And I'm just thinking, just for example, to illustrate, a roof on a mobile home is going to be much less than a single-family home, right? Just because of the square footage on the roof. That's all I'm saying. There might be some other smaller fixes that benefit mobile homes, but I just thought we rarely talk about those tenants living there, and we know that most of the mobile home parks around, many of these mobile homes are in pretty bad shape. So anyways, I decided if there's a program that could perhaps help more people with rehab, I think that's one we should really consider pursuing. Thank you.
All right. I don't see any other questions up here. We're going to go out to the public with this item. Invite folks to use the raise hand function, *9 via landline, in order to be recognized. I don't see anybody coming forward in the room. We'll go to Zoom. Do you have any hands up, Emmanuel? We have nobody on Zoom. All right. No hands up via Zoom, so we'll bring it back. Closing public comment.
Supervisor, if I may add one last comment. I should have mentioned this at the beginning. During the 30-day notice that this was out, we did not receive any communications. So we have no public comments to respond to from during that period.
Thank you. All right. So with that, I forgot to say the magic words. We are officially conducting a public hearing. I will once again open the public hearing, invite the public to participate by using the raise hand function via Zoom, *9 via landline to be recognized. Seeing nobody coming forward in the room, no hands up via Zoom, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to this board. What is the will of this board? I've got a movement for staff recommendation with a second from Daniels. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. With that, we'll go to 37 to receive an update to board referral number 24.11, asking staff to investigate possible modifications to the county's rooster ordinance to make it more effective at eradicating cockfighting operations in unincorporated Monterey County. We have Cynthia Burnham, our management specialist with our Hitchcock Road Animal Services, with us to make the presentation today.
We missed 36?
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Lopez, members of the board, council, CAO De La Rosa. My name is Cindy Burnham, and I'm the Animal Services Administrator for Hitchcock Road Animal Services, and I'm here to give you an update on referral 2024.11 relating to the Monterey County's rooster keeping ordinance. For just a brief overview, I'll just review Monterey County Ordinance 5249, some enforcement and challenges that I know I've spoken of before, referral summary, our next steps, and then answer some questions. So Monterey County Ordinance 5249, as of July 2015, no rooster keeping operation can legally operate in unincorporated areas of Monterey County without an exemption or a permit. And it's for 5 or more roosters kept on any single property within the unincorporated. It is an annual renewal requirement. There are some limited exemptions: poultry operation, poultry hobbyist, educational purposes, and a FFA and 4-H exemption. There are rooster housing requirements that apply, and that is specifically to provide some minimum standards for the birds, which are required in order to get a permit. And so that actually has been probably the most helpful part of this ordinance is that it actually creates a minimum space for the birds, which without those, they were being kept in pretty inhumane conditions. The animal control officer is the main point of contact and main point for enforcement for this ordinance. Enforcement and challenges that we found. So for animal services, we have a team of OA2s, our ACOs, and our field services supervisor, who are the key staff involved in this enforcement. Our OA2s are assigned to assist with applications, fee collection, inspection coordination. There is always a lot of back and forth with the applicants and our team as far as making sure the proper paperwork's included and fees are paid, and that we can coordinate when ACOs are able to go out. We do require 2 ACOs for each inspection, which is required annually for each property. That is a safety requirement so that because we're going on some of these properties that have hundreds of birds. And so we want to maintain, obviously, safety for our officers. And our supervisor oversees the overall program, answers questions, helps when there's complications, and also assists with when needed with inspections. We do this enforcement of this permit process when staffing allows, in addition to calls for other services. At this time, unfortunately, this is not a priority as far as with the permit process, because we're triaging every day animals in need of care that are higher on our triage list. This enforcement has been a challenge from the start, and staffing has really been the key issue as far as us being able to enforce it. In 2022, I came to deliver a report that when we were fully staffed, we actually were able to get up to 21 annual permits. We had over 185 cases in our system that we were in various stages of permitting. Currently, we have 8 current rooster permits that are all expected to expire within the year. We still have over 100 properties in our queues that we need to respond to, or that we're trying to get into compliance when we can with staffing. I do currently have 2 ACO positions and a senior ACO position that is vacant, that we are waiting through the hiring exemption process, and that has slowed us down as far as able to hire. We do have a new ACO in training that we were able to hire, so that is good. The entire permit process, as I've just stated, is labor intensive. The ordinance also lacks enforcement powers, so we can only continue to issue citations. There's nothing to authorize bird removal, which we found in some instances where it's really warranted, where somebody's not going to comply. The birds need to be removed, and there is nothing to authorize that. And we have had some discussions with the DA's office, because when we've forwarded citations or sent citations to them, that's been a struggle, is what really can we do to really affect the birds and to affect the property issues up there. The onus does rely on us to prove wrongdoing it's on us to prove that they're doing something wrong with the birds, because if they do comply with the ordinance and they house them correctly, we are to issue them a permit. So it is on us to issue the notices and the citations. For a referral summary, this came to the health department in September of 2024. We did provide a preliminary response of October last year to return in 6 months. During that time, we presented to the Hitchcock Road Animal Services JPA board. We had begun to gather information from other departments and agencies, including Housing and Community Development, the Ag Commissioner, and even the SPCA for Monterey County, because we do have a lot of overlap and sometimes in some of the calls we get. We had conducted some research to look at how and what other counties in California have rooster-related ordinances. Most of the ones we found, their enforcement or management of roosters relates back to their zoning. And so, for example, San Bernardino, San Diego, San Luis Obispo, those all have ordinances that rely in their zoning section. I was not able to find one that necessarily lands in the animal services realm. And then during this time, AB 928 was proposed at a state level that was to limit number of roosters per parcel, and they modeled that after various counties that also have it that way. We spoke internally to pause our work on this to see if the state would propose that, because that would have been very helpful to us to have a state level recommendation for limiting roosters. In May last year, we offered a letter of support to the JPA board and was approved. The county also provided some support through the legislative committee. And then we heard in July of 2025 that AB 928 was pulled from committee due to concerns raised from some constituents in the Central Valley. There is talk that they may bring that back in a year or two, but with probably more of fine-related penalties. So today we're moving forward looking into modifications at the county level to include determining if moving it or updating current zoning codes are appropriate, and even up to removing it from Title VIII and not having a permit. And so with that, our update is that we would like to come back within 6 months as we are continuing to work with Housing and Community Development and planning to determine if the zoning approach is feasible, as it's noted in other counties as such. HCD does need time to research this process on their own, and I would anticipate needing direction on the prioritization of this ordinance. If the zoning's not feasible, then Animal Service will propose changes with the ordinance within our Title VIII that could include updating our permit process, restricting breeds, defining the process for removal of birds, or limiting roosters per parcel size, as we can in Title VIII. And then also note that we do, before we would come back here, we do need the board of directors from Hitchcock Road Animal Services to take a position on the updates prior to bringing it back, which is more of a process question. And so with that, that is my update. I can answer any questions.
All right, Supervisor Church, questions?
I don't have any questions. It's quite, what do you want to go to the public first, or?
You, I mean, do you want to wait to hear from the public?
We can go to the public and then bring them back here, because I just got some comments to make.
I'm okay with that. So let's go out to the public for this. We ask folks to use the raise hand function via Zoom, come forward in the room if they wish to comment. Now would be the time. We'll allow 2 minutes per speaker. Please come forward.
Hi. Afternoon. My name is Cindy Slade, and I live in the Monterey portion of Aromas. And I live on a 10-acre property, and there is a rooster operation with about 30 birds located in one of the parcels next to me. And it's on a ridge, and the noise goes over the whole neighborhood. And there's about 10 neighbors who have made noise complaints because there's no teeth in the permitting process. But the noise complaints aren't working either. We were told someone would, a letter would go out to the owner and they'd be given something like 30 days to reduce the noise. Then they'd contact all the people who made complaints and see if if the noise had been reduced, we'd be able to document that. We never got those letters asking us to document whether the noise had gone down. So this has been a year now, I believe about a year since the operation has been there. Of course, we're all concerned about cockfighting and can't imagine there would be any other reason to keep 30 roosters out in the rural area but that. But we're also concerned about the noise. The noise is really bothersome to all the neighbors. So I'd just like to urge the Board of Supervisors to try to take some action. I know this is not only a problem where I live. I'm just a little neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Anyone via Zoom?
Nobody on Zoom.
No hands up. We'll bring it back. We'll start with you, Supervisor Church.
Sure. Well, the current ordinance is, I think, one of the most ineffective ones that the county has, frankly, because it doesn't really deal with cockfighting. It's basically dealing with just allowing some humane conditions for these birds, and this is an issue that, as we just heard, there's loud noises in neighborhoods, but it's also, being that under the current ordinance right now, you can have up to 499 birds. I mean, this is obviously anybody's going to have 499 roosters. You're using that for cockfighting. There aren't too many other reasons that's being done along that line. But there's a lot of organized crime that gets attached to the cockfighting incidents. Animal welfare, of course, is an issue here we're talking about, which the current one does somewhat address. But this is an issue more than just roosters. It's a lot bigger, and there really needs to be something done because this current ordinance has been effective 2015, 2016, somewhere around there. It's just not effective. Now, and I know we were hopeful we set this aside, suspended it for a little bit for 5 or 6 months to see if there was going to be some state legislation. If some state legislation comes along, that's really great. That gives it some extra teeth. This is the second year in a row that's happened. It was actually, there was something proposed last year too, and that kind of stalled. So, maybe something's going to come back. I don't know how strong it's going to be. It doesn't really look really promising from the state level, in my view. But I proposed this back in September of last year. So there was a few months to work on it then. There was legislation then that as I mentioned, that came forth in the state. We set aside for about 6 months, and then we've had a few more months to look at it. And I understand that there is some complications in understanding whether to go the zoning route or what route to go onto this. But at the same time, this is somewhat of a straightforward ordinance. I mean, language has already been proposed at the state level. There's other places that have it. This isn't like a battery energy storage system ordinance where we're having to come up with something totally new and look at a new technology and try to figure out what's the best thing. So the biggest difficulty I have with this, and without going to HCD, is just the 6-month period having to wait here. And I'd like to see something that comes back in 60 days since it's already been out for 15 months. And that's what I'm going to make a motion to do at this point when it comes down to that.
Other thoughts? Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, I just had a couple questions. Thank you. And thank you for bringing the information back. You had mentioned in your verbal report some issues about staff vacancies. Can you restate those for me? The staff challenges that you're having?
Right. So the challenges we have is that I have vacancies. And so when we have vacancies, we prioritize our calls. And so that would be live animal calls. I currently have 2 vacant ACO positions plus a senior ACO position.
2 ACO.
And a senior ACO.
That's 3 total?
Correct.
And those are funded, but you're just recruiting and unable to fill?
I'm waiting for exemption forms.
Exemption, okay. So they're funded, but under the hiring freeze, you're stuck.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm not stuck. We have been getting the authorizations for, because of the JPA, because they are funded through the JPA. There's been some delays in receiving the actual exemption forms, which will trigger us to be able to begin the recruitment.
Okay. And then you mentioned that so currently it's the current ordinance that's in place is no rooster keeping is allowed unless you have a permit exemption, correct?
For 5 or more, yes.
For 5 or more. And how many exemptions currently have been issued?
One.
One permit exemption has been issued?
Ever.
So there should only be one property with 5 or more roosters?
Yes, I believe it relates to a rooster or poultry rescue operation.
Okay, and then you said something about 100 properties on a wait list.
Right, we currently have 8 permits that are current as of now that have been approved in the last year. But there are 100 plus properties that we know have 5 or more roosters on them that would require a rooster permit. We're not able to get to that through that process right now.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so 8 properties that we're aware of that need enforcement.
That have current permits. They are current and they've done what they need to do. Basically, we've got the 100 plus that are pending action. They're in various phases where they've been sent applications. We've received applications. They're waiting on inspection, property inspections, which each one of them requires.
Okay, so we have 1 permit exemption and then 100 with permits.
8 with permits, 100 pending the process.
100 pending.
Meaning,
okay.
Yes.
Sorry. Thank you. Okay, and then I know for HCD, we have a long list of short-term, long-term planning projects that we're trying really hard to remain in triage and not and manage as we add items to HCD's long-term planning list to be mindful of like where those other items are that we're taking on and off. Does Animal Services have a list of items that you're triaging so that if we were to say, hey, we want this one to suddenly be a 60-day return item, that we would be able to identify like what is falling off of the priority list if we did say this was something that we wanted to be added to it?
We probably don't have the list of zoning that planning does. And I have spoken with Melanie Beretti about this. And so that was, her request of, they want time to figure out if what that looks like in their world, because they do have a list. As far as Animal Services, we do have this referral. We do have the spay neuter referral, as well as we have a strategic plan we're about to roll out that has specific goals and priorities for the department as well. And so, but to answer your question, yes, there would be other things that would be set aside to take priority. But really, we need to work with zoning on this to be effective, because they do have the capacity to maybe have the implementation of this be more successful than if it remains in our Title VIII. Just by fact is that every other animal is got limitations through zoning, except for roosters. And so that's why the question is, and perhaps there's already language in zoning that allows for that. And so that's really what I'm hoping that they can look at to determine that, whatever their priority is.
So it would be, so really we're saying this, we wouldn't be asking Animal Services to take this on as a priority. If it's a zoning question, we're asking HCD to take this on as a priority. Is that what I'm hearing or seeing Craig nod yes? I'm just trying to understand what the steps in the process are, and who are we asking to prioritize this?
Yes. Thank you, Supervisor. Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. So if the direction was to regulate keeping of roosters and chickens, maybe in the zoning code, that would be HCD's responsibility. Because it would be a zoning amendment, we would then be enforcing the zoning code And we would need to write the rules in which zoning districts are roosters allowed, how many are allowed, and whatever process there may be for exceptions or use permits to consider more than 5 or whatever that number is.
Okay, so then along those lines of questioning, if you were to put this on your 60-day timeline, what comes off of your priority list over the next, I mean, is that a reasonable request that was just made? Or is that something, I mean, that 60 days is over the holidays. I know that I have a list of things that I've been waiting very patiently to have HCD work on, and I've tried very patiently to wait my turn. So I'm hesitant to add things to your list until the things that we've been waiting to get on the list get added. So I'm just looking for when the right time to tee up the things that we have are. So I asked the question with that in mind.
Yeah, so something would be delayed. That would, our priorities right now, housing element, Chular community plan, Moss Landing community plan, Big Sur land use plan, the two elements that go with the housing element, safety and environmental justice. We are working on a water allocation policy, and we have East Garrison and Historic Arts District. We have people working on those right now, and they would be taken away, at least temporarily, from that assignment to help with this assignment. And so we would fit it into our priorities where the board directs it, but there is a list of things that we're working on, and we'd have to shift that. Thank you.
So I'm just trying to understand, just going back over the presentation. So we have an ordinance, 5 roosters per parcel. Anything more than 5 requires a permit. Is that right? Okay, and so, but it's done nothing to reduce cockfighting in the area, and we have the noise complaints. Is that correct?
Correct, because if folks apply for the application and the permit and they house them correctly and they submit their basically their waste plans, their trash, making sure that the waste is being taken care of, and if in some of the pictures you can see, and if they're housing them correctly, then we have to permit them. They sign something that says they're not doing bad things with the birds. Mm-hmm. And if we've got no proof otherwise, we have to give them a permit. And so, yes, we have had cases where they followed all the directions and all the guidelines of the application for the ordinance, and we have to issue them a permit, knowing that perhaps the birds they have are used in cockfighting, or that they are doing such behavior. We have no proof otherwise. So the ordinance says that we need to give them a permit to keep the birds.
Okay, so that's so the ordinance approach that we have in place is easy to get around if you're going to be engaging in cockfighting. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And then the other issue with staffing that you described is that there's a labor intensity to both enforcing and going through the permit process, or is it separate?
It's both. It's managing the applications, which can be a lot of back and forth between applicants and staff to make sure that the paperwork's correct, or that just it's being received appropriately. And then there's the setting up the officers to go and inspect the properties. Oftentimes we're inspecting enclosures where there's 200, 300, 400 birds, up to 499. Mm-hmm. And so we're wanting to make sure that there's setbacks and there's, appropriate housing. We do work with HCD to make sure parcels are allowed to have them. So part of our process is also reaching out to make sure before we even proceed with having an officer go out that these parcels are even allowed to have them. So we're already working with zoning. They're part of our process.
So going back, the rule is you cannot have more than 5 roosters on your property unless you get a permit. Is that right?
Yes.
So, and how many did you say have received permits?
Currently, we have 8. We've had more than that, but currently there are 8.
And are they generally in District 2 or are they spread out around the county?
Historically, about 70% of our properties are in North County.
Okay. And then, so with that knowledge, it's an enforcement problem, right? There's not an adequate enforcement staff to be able to both cite people who have the operations going but no permit, and sort of, well, that would be is that the biggest challenge? I'm sort of trying to understand, or is there something further, like you issue a citation and it means nothing? That's another issue. Or is it physical beings, or is it the fact that once you issue a citation or you tell someone they have to stop, you don't have the capacity to follow up and enforce that order to stop operating?
The enforcement issue is definitely probably the biggest challenge, is that we can't be consistent with it because we lack the resources. As far as the enforcement of the ordinance itself, it lacks the teeth, meaning we can issue citations and that's all we can do. There's nothing that says after you fail to get a permit, the birds would be removed. It's just, please stop. And
so that's the part, sorry to interrupt you, but that's the part of the ordinance, it sounds like, that needs to change.
Yes.
Right. So there's something that we can identify in the current ordinance that, number one, like, has to change, because if we want to stop cockfighting and we have an ordinance that allows you to get a permit but can't really tell if you're engaging in cockfighting, that's one challenge with the ordinance. And do you think that there would be a lot of staff resources just to start making those modifications to a proposed ordinance? Like, do we see language in other jurisdictions that has solved the problem that we just discussed in their ordinances? Or are we not at a point yet where we've looked at the other counties' ordinances to know if there's something we can mimic from another county that would solve that problem?
Right. I've not seen another ordinance like ours in California. Most of them don't allow for this many birds in general. Most of them refer back to their zoning and limits, say there's no more than 25 roosters on any size parcel at all. That's what the state was modeling their proposed AB 928 after, because many counties already have that. I believe City of Sacramento recently was proposing another permit, but again, I've not seen anything that permits up to the amount of roosters that you can have on a property as Monterey County does. It's meant to limit them. There's no need for, I think it was 25 roosters at the state level for any size over an acre. There's no need for that many roosters.
So that's a second challenge to our ordinance that I think we can just probably all get behind, getting rid of that part of the ordinance as well, like fixing the number, like we allow for more roosters than anywhere else in the state, and then also fixing that challenge that even if you get permitted, it does little to prevent cockfighting from happening. In regards to addressing the permitting issue, do you have any idea how much it would cost to just outsource the outstanding applications? It might be a Craig Spencer question, but do we know what the ballpark is to sort of try to just get these applications off your plate and outsource them to a third party to process them based on the current ordinance that we have? Do we have any idea?
I don't. I've not looked at outsourcing that part.
That would probably be a good question to answer, just to sort of know, like, what are we talking about in terms of the amount of work that's not been that needs to be done to get us out of this hole, and then just coming back with, even if if the next time you come back, it's bringing a handful of other ordinances that are in other jurisdictions in the state that tackle those problems that we've discussed today, that ours just seems to not be able to address. I mean, that could be then that could be something maybe that Supervisor Church and I put our heads together and try to bring those ordinances to you all as well. Like, we could try to find some examples that could help, if that's helpful.
So the other thing that an ordinance would do right here too is it would shift the burden onto the owner of the roosters, because right now it's on us to prove, oh, this is being used for cockfighting, even though this ordinance, and I don't know if it really serves a purpose even to handle all these backlogged permits, because somebody gets a permit, they could still use the roosters for cockfighting. There's nothing stopping them from doing that. We've got, some humane inspection going on. That's the one advantage, and that would be it as far as I can see. But, one big thing that AB 928, and I think what I was trying to achieve here too, is that if you have a bunch, you're going to have 20 roosters, you're going to have 50 roosters, you got to prove, okay, this is for a 4-H project. Okay, I've got a poultry farm. Or they're for show birds. I mean, the person has to have evidence, have proof that they're not being used for cockfighting, and that shifts a big burden away from the county onto the individuals that are having this. That seems rightly where it should go, and plus the penalties and the other things that have been brought up here to address. So, and I understand HCD's got a big load of things onto it. It isn't like I'm bringing this in today, asking for, let's move this up the list. I mean, this was 15 months ago I brought this in. And if we needed to have input with HCD, it should have been done probably a long time ago. I mean, we're not moving we're not crawling on this. We're moving at a snail pace, frankly. So that's where my frustration is really coming from. Is that this should have had, even with this time that has been delayed away from the state, they should have come back with something hard by now. And that's where I'm getting a little bit frustrated on with it. And I did delay even in September when I put this forth, because I was going to put forth about 6 months earlier, but there was another bill back in that year that tried to make it through the state, and so I waited on that as well. So I'm kind of waiting on this about officially 15 months, closer to 2 years. And again, there's a lot of these out there in different counties, and there's just legislation from 928 which addresses a lot of these concerns. So I don't think we're having to go through and basically build this from the ground up. It's out there. We just got to kind of pick and choose. And this is where I'm feeling a little bit frustrated that it's taken this long. And there's a lot of these birds. Well, there's 100 cages up in North County, South County. It's everywhere.
Yep, perfect. No, so I think it's clear that multiple things. So there's nothing in this to authorize a current ordinance to authorize bird removal, the onus being on the department to prove wrongdoing. I mean, the current ordinance isn't working, so that's clear. So clearly we're going to need the zoning-based ordinance to solve this. I think that's also clear to me based on the conversation. And I think that we need to get it over to the HCD list. So I'm supportive of those things. I think putting a hard timeline on it, that's where I was struggling a little bit. So I'm comfortable if we want to give direction to say get it over to HCD, get it on the HCD list. I think probably having that happened a while ago would have been great. Let's think that happen now. But what I would like to ask, though, that it be factored into the HCD priorities that we have, because we do have some really significant priorities in there, and I want to make sure that those are being managed in the way that they need to be managed. In the meantime, though, and I'm going to ask this and tell me it's too burdensome. In the meantime, is it possible to amend our current ordinance to bring it down to 25 birds? And is there anything that we can do to assist with the staff vacancies on the ACOs in animal services? Because I think that just simply those two things would be helpful in addressing just the ability to respond when we do have complaints that are coming in. And is there an opportunity for us to reach out to the district attorney? Because what I'm hearing you say is even when you're sending issues over, we're not getting the coordination that would be helpful in enforcing the current ordinance as well. So those three requests would be, I think, the things that we can direct. I'm going to suggest that we give direction to move forward today.
I have the team looking into those exemptions, so hopefully you'll be able to hear back from them fairly soon. And on the other issue related to, I think the speaker, for public comment mentioned she's already reaching out to HCD on the noise ordinance side. So I think if, the sooner we have something, certainly the better, especially since they're already looking for different avenues. And we could certainly support that as well. Maybe just working with Craig to see, if there's those small changes that could potentially be made, and working with Robert Breyer to see which ones could come back sooner.
Yeah, and just finally, I just want to acknowledge the frustration. Sometimes I think we try to tread lightly, and generally where I find myself and I hear the frustration from my colleague Supervisor Church. We're looking to be collaborative and work to find the solutions, and so say okay, let's give it another month. Let's give it time. But when the teams that are working on these issues know, hey, there's no one else in the state that has an ordinance like this, and likely the only way we're going to get there is through a zoning-based solution. If everyone around us knows that, let's bring that to the table from day one, so that we don't find ourselves 15 months later saying, actually, the solution is a XYZ solution, whereas we could have maybe had that on the table to start with. And maybe that was in this case. I haven't been working on this particular issue. But I think it is helpful to have all of those pieces brought to the forefront at the beginning, so that we can keep everything moving. We're trying to solve the problems, and we want to be a solution. We want to help everyone get to the outcomes. So we're here to help get there. And sometimes I think our frustration shows up at the dais, but really we're all just trying to get to the end of the day where we're not spinning our wheels. So just wanted to acknowledge and appreciate where we're all trying to get to. The end.
And I'll just quickly add, just on the queue of the other ordinances we have, I would just agree with the comments already made on this item. An important issue, certainly in North County, but just I don't want it to set back the other work that we've also prioritized before this referral.
Supervisor Church, did you want to craft a motion?
I'll put it out for 90 days, understanding that we're heading into some holidays, and Mr. Spencer probably wants to take Christmas Day off. So, I know that's not 6 months still, but I really, really would like to have this thing come back in less than 2 years from the time that I introduced it. And we go 6 months, that's getting close to it. So my motion would be to accept the recommendations with coming back in 90 days.
All right, I've got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I've got a second. I will ask Mr. Spencer to come forward to share his perspective on the motion.
Just a point of clarification, come back with the ordinance in 90 days or come back with a preliminary report?
I believe that's what the state's is preliminary. Yes.
Okay. Preliminary. Thank you. All right. We have a motion, a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? All right. It carries. Thank you so much. With that, we've concluded 37. We're going to go to 38 to receive a preliminary report in response to Board Referral number 25.11, seeking to adopt an ordinance to prohibit recreational vehicles parking on the entirety of Railroad Avenue. And there's additional language there, but I'm going to turn it over to Director of Public Works, Facilities, and Parks, Randy Ishii.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. As introduced, I'm Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities, and Parks. And with me on the line are various staff members from the department, specifically our traffic engineering section, as well as other departments that are germane to the preliminary analysis report response for Board Referral 2025.11. In terms of overview for the presentation for the public and the board today, we will go through the background, talk about process, then we'll talk about challenges, and then end with recommendations, options, and questions and comments. Staff understands the background of Board Referral number 2025.11. As stated in the Board Referral, there are homeless individuals who are living in recreational vehicles along this road in Pajaro without appropriate services. There is roadside parking of these recreational vehicles on Railroad Ave and has created a consistent and increasing public health and safety concern for the community and businesses of Pajaro. These unhoused persons living in these recreational vehicles along this road without those services are causing disruptions for residents and businesses, potential crime, traffic hazards caused by parked vehicles, blocking travel lanes, and the illegal dumping of trash and refuse. And thus, the Board of Referral seeks to adopt an ordinance to prohibit recreational vehicles parking on the entirety of Railroad Avenue, to establish a tow-away zone authority, and authorizing the immediate removal of these vehicles that violate this no parking restriction. By way of reference for the public and for the board, this exhibit is the location map showing the community of Pajaro, and the road known as Railroad Avenue is approximately on the southerly side of the unincorporated community. The green line work represents county-maintained roads, whereas the salmon-colored line work represents private roads. As of 30 October 25, staff took pictures of the conditions of the roadway. The top exhibit represents the Railroad Avenue at approximately 280 feet east of the private road of Waters Lane. And in this exhibit, you're looking towards the east. In the bottom picture, we have Railroad Avenue near Waters Lane looking east. And as can be seen in the upper exhibit, approximately 280 feet east of the private road of Waters Lane, there are some recreational vehicles that are parked out there during the daytime at the time of the taking of these photos. And again, that same day, staff observed that there was quite a bit of litter along the edge of the roadway / within the right-of-way. In terms of process, staff has been reviewing the board referral and the engineering processes involved in traffic engineering, and thus one of the first steps that will need to be conducted is to perform a traffic engineering study, which in this case, it will need to be inclusive of some public outreach and engagement for full understanding, but also this is the opportunity for staff to perform and conduct further research into the particulars of this referral. And as noted in the second bullet, staff have reviewed and determined that we'll need to work closely with the County Counsel's Office on definition and details. At this juncture, staff cannot find a definition in the California Vehicle Code for a recreational vehicle. Thus, there may be need for one to be crafted with the help of County Counsel's Office, very particular for Monterey County. After that, that would include the preparation of the ordinance, and then bringing that back to the governing body for review and approval. In terms of resources required, generally and by and large, it would appear that there will be staffing. That will be the primary need, specifically through the department's traffic engineering section. Housing and community development, HCD, will need to be involved. County Counsel's Office, as mentioned previously. There could be a need for Environmental Health Bureau in that there is a public health concern with these vehicles that do carry sewage within them, and there's question about the proper disposal of sewage, so our Environmental Health Bureau will need to be engaged. The Office of Homeless Services will need to be engaged on this matter as well. There may need to be some resources from the County Administrative Office, and for enforcement, because legislation requires enforcement to make it meaningful, there will need to be engagement by the law enforcement agencies, such as the California Highway Patrol and the Monterey County Sheriff's Office. As a very high-level estimate at this juncture in terms of cost, primarily in staff time and some materials, the department estimates $15,000 from our department for the next steps on this for referrals processing. And as stated in the board report, staff plans on trying to return to the board by February 2026 as our target. Assuming that the review, research, and the study can justify this ordinance, an avenue that's possible through the board referral process is to do an urgency ordinance due to the health and safety concerns, and that would compress these timelines. In terms of challenges seen at this point in time in review of the referral, coordination with the stakeholders will be one of our challenges, as well as community outreach and engagement. And as mentioned previously, the establishing of definitions and criteria for the violations will be a significant part of the preparation of the study, as well as the ordinance, whichever avenue that it may take. Again, because there are certain definitions that do not exist in the California Vehicle Code, which is the state law that the department relies upon. By way of background and reference for the board and for the public, there are some existing things that are in place that staff have found and are bringing forward for awareness. This map shows the existing no parking at any time along Railroad Avenue, which is part of the existing Monterey County Code, section 12.28.010. Again, no parking at any time. The red line work represents no parking on the north side of Railroad Avenue in Pajaro from the center line of Salinas Road easterly for a distance of approximately 770 feet. And then there's orange line work that you see on the southerly side of the road of Railroad Avenue, again extending up to the east from a distance of approximately 1,807 feet from the center line of Salinas Road, and another point 25 east of the center line of the private road of Waters Lane, generally east for a distance of 293 feet. So those are some existing no parking ordinances that already exist. And in the time that staff have had with the referral, staff have conducted a sampling of research ranging from the South Bay to Santa Cruz, down to Southern California. And in doing a little bit of benchmarking the time that was available, a lot of these city examples of no RV parking exist primarily as a RV parking permit and are more akin to a permit program rather than an all-out prohibition. So some additional research is going to be needed on this. And as a reference point, when the city of Santa Cruz conducted their process, staff spoke with the staff at the city, and it sounded like that was a several year-long process involving the California Coastal Commission because it's in the coastal zone. So that takes us back to recommendations and options. At this juncture, staff recommend that the board receive the preliminary analysis report and direct staff to proceed with completion of its response to the referral based on the proposed project description, which by way of reference is to continue the traffic engineering study and research necessary to seek to adopt an ordinance to prohibit recreational vehicles parking on the entirety of Railroad Avenue, establishing a tollway zone, and authorizing the immediate removal of vehicles that violate this no parking restriction. Alternatively, the board could direct staff to proceed with a modification of this referral or come back with a more comprehensive analysis to rescind the referral or provide further direction as appropriate. That concludes staff's presentation, and we bring it back to the board for questions or comments, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Ishii. Supervisor Church.
Thank you, Mr. Ishii, for that presentation. As you know, this has been a challenge on trying to find solutions for this. This became just a bigger issue over the course of the entire year, and trying to look at solutions. I've talked to CHP, I've talked to the sheriff's office, and all this. Anything that's going to be done is going to require some enforcement. But I think the feeling was, after discussing with them, is that at least by having an ordinance in place, it could be enforced to address this issue, which has become something which I've had businesses and neighbors in the community consistently complaining about. We saw pictures of litter. There's complaints of human waste around. There's taking up parking spaces. People don't feel safe with their kids, and plus the effect on a store that's nearby. It kind of points to the whole issue we had with that whole area with UP, with Union Pacific out of there, which has been somewhat of a haven for homeless problems there. In addition, over on Salinas Road, there is a growing number of vendors that are just right next to Railroad Avenue here that are now operating basically on a flea market matter, and with food and with a whole bunch of other items being sold. And I'm having a number of complaints coming from the business community about that, as well as residents on there. So this has become a real big of a problem area. In the long run, we probably have some kind of we're going to have to deal with it, because the train station is planned in this general area in 4 or 5 years. So it's important for us to, I think, to stay at the forefront of this, because the Bajaros train station is going to be just about kitty corner to this. And at this point, this is this seems to be the best step forward that I can really see.
All right, Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I definitely support this, Supervisor Church. The only thing I would raise, as I raised it last time when it was just first reported, is that I think, Mr. Ishii, that the ordinance needs to look a little bit broader, not just railroad, because railroad then, if you keep going straight, it becomes Ingram Court. It's becomes like a dirt road, but it's on the map listed as Ingram Court. I don't know if that is a county road or if it's a private road, but if you prohibit parking on railroad, then it could just move down into that dirt road. And there's a lot of vacant properties there, so it might just move the problem a little over. The other piece I think that needs to be done is just having that communication with Union Pacific. That's always a difficult one. But if there were no trespassing signs listed on the property, tow-away signs listed on the private property, I think that would allow enforcement to be easier on that private property with the proper notices put up in signage. And I do have each Union Pacific has staff that deal with local issues. Supervisor Church, I have one from 2023. I don't know if it's still current, but I'll share that with you if you don't have it yet, because I had to deal with them here in the Salinas corridor also. And then, Randy, just in terms of the signages, the 15,000, is that factoring in the cost to put up signs along railroad to provide that legal notice that recreational vehicles are no longer permitted there once an ordinance is adopted?
Thank you very much for the clarifying question, Supervisor Alejo. The estimate at this time includes staff time for the research for the ordinance, the traffic engineering study, and the installation of signage, again, based on what we see at this point in time. We imagine we'll find more challenges along the way, but at this juncture, that's our estimate.
Thank you. That's all.
Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. And we had a similar challenge with a number of recreational vehicles, many of which were no longer actually operational along Lapis Road back in 2017. And I just wanted to ask that as we work to clean up the area, that there's thoughtfulness given to providing outreach to the individuals who clearly have nowhere else to park their vehicle and who are living in a recreational vehicle and parked on the side of the road. So I want to make sure that that there's thought and time put into conducting outreach and that services are provided as we ensure the safety of this particular road and the safety of the surrounding businesses and residences. We are dislocating people from a location that they've found to be the safest for them at that site to park their cars, park their vehicles. And so I one other question as we do that to make sure that they understand they can't stay there. We're basically saying you can't stay here, but we're not offering anywhere else permanent for them to go. So I would like to ask that we look at, and I know Roxanne Wilson in our homeless program, we've had a very effective safe parking program operational on the Monterey Peninsula now for many years. It is one of the most effective, cost-effective programs that we've had up and running. And so I would like to look at if there are any locations elsewhere in the county that could be operationalized in parallel with relocating or dislocating the individuals who are currently parked at this location, so that as we're telling them you can't stay here, we're offering an alternate site where they can park at least at night with some wraparound services. The folks who've been participating in the safe parking program in Marina, many of those individuals are working full-time, and with the additional wraparound services, they have been able to find permanent housing and move out of their vehicles. So I think it's something that's worth considering, that we're not just asking folks to move out of our jurisdiction and into someone else's jurisdiction and causing more trauma and more harm. So just needed to be really clear and go on record with that comment, because I think other jurisdictions are doing the same thing, which is what we're finding as people sort of move around and around. But thank you for hearing me out on that one.
Final thoughts? No? All right, I don't remember. Did I take this one out for public comment? Not yet. Let's do it again. Let's go out to public comment on this item. All right, we'll go with folks in the room first, then we'll go to Zoom. I see I've got a few hands up on Zoom, so just do me a favor, keep your hand up there so we know it's there. But if you're in the room, please. And if you're going to speak, please come forward so we don't all just watch you walk across the room.
Hi, my name is Nancy Cahill. I'm with...
Can you pull the microphone down a little?
Exactly.
Thank you.
My name is Nancy Cahill. I'm with Pajaro Rescue Mission and Teen Challenge of Monterey Bay. I also live on Railroad Avenue. Thank you for considering this important issue in our community. The primary problem is not those few people who are from Monterey County that are parking in their RV looking for a place to live, and they just go to work and don't bother anybody. The primary problem, the greater problem, is a criminal network of people from outside the county that are finding us a friendly place to hang out. The man that was found, buried, murdered on the levee lived in an RV on Railroad Avenue. We need to protect our families. And this is according to our own Monterey County Sheriff deputy, that this is a problem from people not in Monterey County, but coming from outside Monterey County. This is a really good place for them to come and hang out. There were only two RVs out there when those pictures were taken, but there was just an enforcement. So most everybody leaves. You can see 10, 12 or more at a time. We need to protect our strawberry fields. Perhaps if on the end closer to Allison, as something more immediate, we were to put up no parking signs on both sides of the road, that would protect our food source and then address the rest of it later. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in room.
Hello, Wes Weiss, Leas Monterey County Homeless Union co-president. Completely opposed to this. I'm disappointed. I haven't heard anyone say anything about the people, really, other than the property. What about people's personal lives? You know, have you even talked to any of these people, or you just got to get rid of them? Right here, homeless individuals, that's your background concerns. Homeless individuals are living in recreational vehicles along this road without appropriate services. Factual statement. Okay, well, what do you want to do about it? Get rid of them? Why didn't you worry about without appropriate services? Why aren't you trying to set people up with services? Porta potties, hand washing stations, dumpsters, shower, laundry, things. And honestly, look at even the gray water. It's expensive to even dump that gray water. And if your vehicle's too old, they won't even let you do it in some places. So, and a lot of people don't even do that. They'll use a bucket. And so all your concerns, man, just seem really heavy-handed, mean-spirited, and has nothing to do with United States citizens. They have inalienable rights, you know, to their own property, because by pushing people out of here, what's going to happen next? You're going to ticket and tow people. You can't be here. You can't be here. Know where people can be, but yet you got to go. And you know what? These are the people that actually have more residual income. That's why they own their own vehicle, which is theft. You're stealing their vehicle, not just only their personal property, but real property that goes through title. Perpetually, dude. I mean, are you worried about Martin versus Boise? Are you worried about doing it better? Or are you addicted to attacking poor people on a daily basis? Oh, let's just make it faster. Oh man, it's an urgency. You know, we know what we could do, but we don't have time. They got to get on before February. What is your problem? Why are you so addicted to hurting people?
All right, we're gonna go to Zoom. I see two hands up via Zoom. I've got Catherine first. Catherine.
Hi, thank you guys. This is a very important topic to me. As my daughter was out there homeless for 13 years, but it was her choice. Oftentimes people fall on hard times And, you know, they shouldn't be criminalized because they have nowhere to go. However, as a 62-year-old resident of Monterey County, this homeless problem is just going around and around and around and around in circles. Something needs to be done. And so, I mean, we don't have the answers, obviously, but there are welfare programs. People are eligible to get food stamps, Medicaid or Medi-Cal in California. And, you know, there's food banks, etc. You know, some of the stigma is that many of these people just don't want to live by the rules of or the laws of the land. In most cases, I feel that that's true as far as my observation around Monterey County. A lot of drug addiction. My daughter wasn't out there because she didn't have anybody. She had mom. She had a home. She chose to do heroin. And she chose to live in cars in Chinatown. So God, I follow God. We all need to be praying about our community and the homelessness. My husband was just diagnosed with cancer, and we're self-employed. We could be homeless 2 weeks from now, not by our own fault, but because he's sick and we're self-employed. So we have to have a heart for the homeless people. I don't have the answers, but my hope and prayer is that we get this resolved and finally get some answers going forward. Maybe there's a piece of land where we could have like a tent city where they are treated humanely. There's a place to take a shower.
Thank you, Catherine. We're over time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Miller, M. Miller next. M. Miller. All right, looks like your hand dropped off. Oh, and it's back. Let's try one more time here. Listen for instructions. M. Miller, you shouldn't. There you go. We've got
Hello. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, great. We absolutely understand the homeless situation, and it definitely needs to be addressed. That's part of the problem that we're dealing with. We're in agreement that this proposal to end the RV parking on Railroad Avenue should go forward. However, we must look at the bigger picture and the ripple effect it will cause. To Supervisor Alejo's statement, it's not just along Railroad, it's along, namely our biggest concern is our ag fields that are surrounded by Railroad Avenue, Allison, and San Juan Road. We regularly have to contact Sheriff's Department and the Health Department to stop people who are living in their RVs from cutting our fences, stealing fruit, but more importantly, from using the area as a toilet. This is clearly a major federal food safety issue that cannot be overlooked. I sympathize and want to try and help the homeless situation, but we have to look at the bigger picture, because if you stop Railroad Avenue, it's going to continue on to Allison. We've had women performing things that I don't want to talk about in front of everybody, but not appropriate things happening in our RVs that are on Allison Road. We've had people that have been living on couches and such outside of their RVs alongside San Juan Road. We call regularly. I could probably list over 100 calls over the course of this last year to both sheriffs and health department for such things that are just, this is not a problem that's going to go away. We have to look at the bigger picture, and there has to be some kind of conversation about where these people are going to go. If, for example, with Supervisor Root Askew's statement, where are they going to go? We have to figure out what's next for them. Thank you.
For time. All right, going to bring it back to the dais. Supervisor Church.
Yeah, actually, on where they're going to go is something I and my staff and Roxanne Wilson, the homeless director, have been discussing about, and we have been trying to look for some safe parking zones in North County, and have been in some discussions with with various property owners and locations over time. Obviously, this isn't going to be something that's going to go in place immediately either, and it's going to take time for something to be able to develop. But that is correct. You got to approach this a multifold. First of all, there is a problem right here with where these RVs are right with people and businesses, people that are living right next to there with families that I'm getting constant complaints about, and the impact it's having on their lives right there, right across on their street, right in their front yard. And that is a significant issue that I think needs to be addressed right away, because those people that live on Railroad Avenue, their lives do matter. And at the same time, we have to look for a long-term approach. I mean, we have a homeless village over in Watsonville, which obviously is trying to address the homeless issues. There is a safe parking, and I think it's in Seaside. There's one in there. We need to have some more of those around. It's been successful. So, there are steps that are being done in that way, but it takes a multi-pronged approach.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I just want to say I personally have been contacted by this issue on not necessarily our RVs, but also the encampments on Lewis and on that Ingram Court. That's where Allison turns and Ingram kind of goes straight. But I just want to respond to some of the public comments, because I agree with Supervisor Church. We're obligated to also listen to our constituents that live there. This is their neighborhood. They've lived there for decades in some cases. And these are the homes of agricultural workers, low-income families, some retirees. They've seen their neighborhood change just because you let 1, 2, then it becomes 15 RVs. You see the trash, you see the other social issues that go along with that. They deserve to have those issues addressed in their neighborhood. Their lives and their homes and their concerns are also important, because they're the people who live on that street each and every day. And I think it's our responsibility to address those public safety issues, the nuisance, the litter, and the parents' fears, not wanting to let their kids out because they're concerned. That doesn't give them a peace of mind when they return home from work. It's also, I want to be honest, we are trying to do a lot, probably more than some other counties, to get projects off the ground. We're working on Project Home Keys here in Salinas. We're working on the Watsonville Tiny Homes project that's intended for Pajaro. There's more to do, right? And last meeting, we wanted to follow Roxanne's ideas to pursue some other encampment resolution funds so we could do more, because we agree there's more can and should be done. The cost is always the resources, because it's very expensive to get these projects across the finish line. But last thing I want to say was, it's not the taxpayer's responsibility to always have to pay for every one of these encampments, the trash cleanup, the sewage disposal, the restrooms, the shower needs. It is not the taxpayer's responsibility to do that for every single person, right? And I just wanted us to be honest. Everybody says, just bring all these resources. One, there's limited resources for this. It's very expensive over many months. But when we address these social issues, we have to recognize what is our what is the taxpayers and county government's responsibility, and what is not. And sometimes it's individual responsibility to clean up that and to find these other amenities that they need for their everyday lives. We try to help. We offer help in other ways, but sometimes the individuals choose to keep doing this, and then they cause these other social and nuisance issues that it's not always on our county government to have to pay the significant cost to clean up each and every time. Thank you.
Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you. I've got just share some of the concerns that have been expressed in terms of moving forward with this ordinance. What would or with the recommendation? Obviously, the folks that are parked on the street are going to have to go somewhere. And so my question is really for Roxanne, if she's listening. Do we know if Roxanne is online? Because it's really important to me to know what resources are available, what are the opportunities for folks that will be displaced. I haven't been on this dais as long as everyone else who's had has gone through this before, so I have a level of discomfort knowing that, folks are going to relocate somewhere. Where is that going to be? And how proactive are we going to be to ensure that folks that live in this area in their recreational vehicles will know what resources are available to them, and we'll leave it there.
Hello, I am on the call.
Thank you, Roxanne. I don't know if you got to hear my question, but I was curious about what resources, what locations, are there safe parking programs? So we're not just moving, we're not solving one problem by creating one in another neighborhood. What resources are available to the folks who live on Railroad Avenue right now in recreational vehicles? And will we be proactively engaging with those individuals to try to direct them to safe parking programs, et cetera?
This particular historical encampment has a lot of history. Our office is aware when there are complaints on this encampment, and we do deploy street outreach teams to engage with people living in their vehicles along Railroad. We are aware that there needs to be more resources specifically for people who are living in large vehicles in North County. And as Supervisor Church had mentioned, we are meeting regularly to identify parcels that could possibly work out. But North County is just, it's just a complex area. It seems like there's an abundance of land there, but there's not a lot of infrastructure. So, and on top of that, new rounds of the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program does not allow us to pay for safe parking anymore. So even still, there will be funding requirements that at this very moment, the county does not have access to such resources. But until then, we do send outreach teams out there who can make connections to any programs that are available mostly in the city of Salinas.
Microphone.
Sorry, my apologies. The response date for Public Works is February 28th, 2026. Is there anything that could coincide with that response in terms of maybe an update on the conversations that Supervisor Church and you are having regarding potential safe parking locations?
At this very moment, the only funding even if we were to find a location, the only resource for funding that we would be able to ask for is either general fund or Measure AA. There's no other funding that could pay for that. So considering what the board had discussed about Measure AA and how we're not going to revisit that until next fiscal year, I am a little concerned about getting ahead of ourselves without knowing exactly how we're going to fund it.
Okay, well, then I'll just leave it by saying I have concerns in terms of creating a problem in another area. I recognize that the constituents, we need to be responsive and support the constituents who live in this neighborhood and try to resolve the challenges. But at this point, I'm more inclined to figure out porta potties or other potential resources because we're just going to move the problem to another neighborhood. So I'm not sure where we go with this. And again, you all have a lot more experience in this area than I am, but just as a newcomer, it doesn't look like we're solving a problem. It looks like we're moving it somewhere else. Thank you.
All right. Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, and when we're talking about safe parking program funding, we're not talking about a significant amount of money. I just want to make that really clear. The amount of money that I believe we fund when Starfish or from Productions, I'm not sure what name they're currently operating under. I mean, correct me, Roxanne, with the amount, but I believe it's somewhere in the range of less than $150,000, $200,000 a year for the full case management and security services. It's not a significant, it's one of the least expensive homeless service programs that we offer for the effectiveness that it provides. So I just want to be really, I feel very comfortable. I think we need to solve this problem for the residents on this area. I think we need to move forward with that. And I think we also need to move forward with a safe parking program. And just to be very also clear, we have safe parking program that's been operational in Marina on the county property that's adjacent to my office. The Monterey Peninsula Unified School District opened up a safe parking program on their property where they have 24 families who are sleeping in vehicles on a school district property. They've opened that up, and that's been operating now for some time. The city of Seaside has church property that offers safe parking. There's a whole number of churches throughout the entire Monterey Peninsula that offer safe parking available, all for different audiences. It all offers wraparound case management. And like I said, these are programs that are effectively moving people out of sleeping in their vehicles and into permanent shelter at a cost that is less than literally any other program that we have available to us. So as we think about even using general fund or AA funds, I couldn't be more supportive of saying, let's figure out where to put the program, the safe parking program, and let's fund it with whatever the resources that we've got to figure out, and let's clean up the safety of this street. If it is people from out of the community who are causing safety issues, they're not going to take advantage of the services that we're offering, but those who need the services are going to utilize them. There's a waiting list on all of these programs, and given the realities that people are facing, the need is out there. It's huge. It's tremendous, and the services will be utilized. So I'm comfortable and ask us to move forward with both of these services. And I would just ask that the safe parking portion be added to the referral, and that we move forward with both in parallel.
Oh, I think I'm the only one that's not commented on this yet. I'm supportive, Supervisor Church, and for several of the reasons that have already been outlined here. But there is one more piece that I heard mentioned that I don't think got enough attention, and that is the food safety concern. Really, it did not take a lot to bring the entire industry to its knees in Monterey County. Back the last time we had a big outbreak, I remember a young boy died in Michigan, and the whole nation was talking about us, about the Salinas Valley and how that happened. And I'm worried that looking at the proximity of this particular location to agricultural fields, it is a very real concern. I've got the same concern in areas in my district, and we've done what we can to push folks off that particular boundary, given that concern. But looking at this in the direct proximity, it's a huge issue for me that, again, if you got out, the word was don't eat strawberries from Monterey County, that has been our number one crop. This would hurt, and it would hurt across the table, everybody from, the folks that design the boxes to harvest the fruit to trucking and all the logistics teams in between as one of our largest products. And so I just recognize that there's a lot of elements to this. Again, I stand on my position based on the concerns from the community and having to walk out and see folks asleep on couches, to see drug use, and to see the things that were stated today, but also want to make sure that firmly on the record I'm standing behind this because of the concerns around food safety, because I do think that given what we do in this valley, in this county, it's a key concern as we move forward in how we address this issue and making sure that we keep the food supply safe for the nation.
And I would just remind us, just for history's sake, that when we opened the Marina safe parking program, it was because those very food safety concerns, because they were parking on Lapis Road next to agricultural fields. So we've been here before, and I support exploring a safe parking program if that's what Supervisor Church wants to do. But I think in Marina, I think the first year back in 2017 when we did that, it cost $150,000 to $200,000 a year. But then the cost became much more when we had problems at that safe parking program, and people needed to be towed, and police needed to be brought in. Staff were having a very hard time. Supervisor Askew's staff were concerned with the problems because it was just outside their office, and we had to bring in people to clean up sewage out of the RVs. I mean, it got very expensive, and it got really out of control. So I only say that because I remind us. It sounds like easy doing this, but when you go into these other efforts, there's a long-term responsibility and other costs that are not originally factored in, like the case management and having somebody out there during the nighttime hours. we spent way more than that initial cost on the hundreds of thousands of dollars, but we had no other choice because it was a lot of safety concerns going on there at that time. That's all I wanted to mention, those 2 points, looking at what we learned from the Lapis Road efforts.
Supervisor Daniels?
Just want to put this out there. What I want to ensure is that there's an option, and I certainly don't want to force anybody into a safe parking program, and which I think is where sometimes it gets tricky, creating one where folks are, we'll just leave it there. But I just think that if we can coincide this work with at least the investigation, right? At least, I think there's going to be a willingness to support it on this board. So if it could just continue to move forward with what's being presented today, and also work on just continuing the conversation that Supervisor Church's office is having with Roxanne, and see if there's some interest we can find in District 2 for a program. So when this moves forward, if folks want to participate, there is an option, and that choice is on them. That the onus is on them to participate, and know that an option was provided.
Supervisor Church?
I'm trying to see if I can pull something together here in terms of a motion, and listening to the safe parking request there, and I don't know, going ahead and principles essentially and general support for that kind of direction. Happy to add that to the recommendations here. I know Supervisor Lopez also expressed a concern about food safety, and whether maybe a way to address that in that particular area is to look at Allison as well, which is the side street down there where there's a lot of agricultural fields. So adding those two into the recommended actions, I don't know if that would generally address everyone's concerns. I'll make a motion with it then with those additions.
You have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. I'll ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. Is that understood, Director Ishii? Any clarification necessary?
Motion is understood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We appreciate your work. All right, then next up, we have item 39 on our agenda, which is to receive a presentation in response to Board Referral 24.13 on the history of the naming of a low barrier navigation center currently in development in partnership with the County of Santa Cruz. We've got Roxanne listed here, but I see a Debbie Palinelli in room, so you drew the long straw.
The presentation is attached. I did the presentation about 3 weeks ago, and my understanding is that the two absent supervisors have had a chance to review it. So this is just a continuation of that conversation, but just really brief. It's about renaming the tiny village that's going in Watsonville it's from Recurso de Fuerza to either Hope Village or Casitas de Esperanza.
All right, with that, we'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing this back. Since our last meeting, obviously, the reason I brought this up was because many of us who speak Spanish didn't think the name made much sense for a nonprofit for tiny homes project serving our homeless resident. And I said in the last meeting, when the name first came up, I had assumed that we were going to follow a naming process like we did for the Share Center, where the Department of Social Services had brainstormed some names, then put it out to the community, allowed the community to offer other names, and then a decision was then made. To address that, I've already filed a referral for the future to make sure that any naming of a program or a property, that it will not be made by staff or put on an application, but it'll come back to the board for final approval, even if a temporary name is chosen on a grant application. But since our last meeting, the Board of Supervisors of Santa Cruz County did ask us formally to reopen the process. According to our CAO's office, we're in negotiations for Santa Cruz County to assume ownership of the project in June. And that is why I had a conversation since our last meeting with CAO Carlos Palacios, Supervisor Felipe Hernandez, the Mayor of Watsonville, Maria Roscoe, and the councilman member who represents this district. They all agreed before, which I've said already, they've all agreed on changing the name. And they also submitted this letter that we've reprinted and placed on the dais here for all the supervisors and the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors. And this was done in consultation with the CAO, Carlos Palacios, Maria Roscoe, that's why their names are on here, Eduardo Montesino, Felipe. They asked for my input on this as well. And it says, while we appreciate the thought and intention behind the current name, Recursos de Fuerza, we believe a name more closely aligned with the project's purpose and one that community members can easily identify with would best represent this important initiative. Watsonville Mayor Maria Roscoe and Councilmember Eduardo Montesino, whose district includes the project site, share this view. They, too, recognized that a more accessible and uplifting name would strengthen the community support and clearly communicate the project's goals to those it is designed to serve. And that is coming from the folks who had to take, as I said last time, they took the political heat from constituents in supporting this project. I even think Felipe and Eduardo Montesino even wrote an op-ed in support of the tiny homes project. And that letter was sent on October 8th. On October 21st, the council member, Eduardo Montesino of District 1, I'm not going to read his whole letter as it's in front of us, but it said, since Santa Cruz County is expected to assume operational responsibility for the project in the near future, it is both practically and fiscally responsible to finalize a new name prior to the facility's opening. Doing so will avoid unnecessary costs associated with rebranding and ensure that all signage, materials, and public communications are consistent from the very start. I just wanted to come back today. I had my own preferences. Roxanne said in the alternative, she would like Casitas de Fuerza. There's the option to keep the name. I liked Hope Village. Eduardo Montesino in his letter, he had preferred Casitas de Esperanza was his preference. And then last meeting, Supervisor Lopez also said, well, how about the option to get more feedback from the community? I think we could send all those options to the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors, keeping the name Casitas de Fuerza, Casitas de Esperanza, Hope Village, or another name via more public input. That would at least be responsive to our partners, Santa Cruz County and the City of Watsonville's request to at least reopen the option, give them a chance to change the name since they're going to take over, as we did not solicit their input, either the city or Santa Cruz County, when a name was put on an application. Ultimately, I just wanted to be clear that I had asked for evidence of any process, any surveys, anything that was done. There were no records. Even if a survey had been done of homeless residents getting input on a name, what other names were provided? Somehow there's no record of that whatsoever. So it's, in my opinion, it's fictitious that somebody came up with this name or that a survey was ever done, because there would have been a record of that. And we would have had multiple names, not just one, as not, there's over 100, almost 200 people that live along the river on both sides of the Pajaro River. We would have had many more names, but it was a decision by staff to put it on the application originally, which I had no problem with, because sometimes you got to choose a temporary name, but ultimately it's the Board of Supervisors and our partners should be able to weigh in on what is the proper name for a project that was so controversial, that did have community opposition. And looking into the future, I did attend Community Action Board's 60th anniversary fundraiser. They did bring up the homes. They were trying to raise money for it. I think also I was keeping that in mind, that to build community support and continue fundraising for the needed things they need at the tiny homes project. I think a right name would help also in that aspect in terms of fundraising to continue some community support and financial support for the things that this place will need going into the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, bring it back to the dais here. I know we got two new supervisors who didn't get to opine on this last time. You want to go out to the public first, see if there's any public? Nobody's chomping at the bit. We'll go out to the public, see if there's any public input on this. I don't see any in the room. We'll invite folks via Zoom to use the raise hand function, *9 via landline to be recognized.
We have nobody on Zoom.
Seeing no hands up via Zoom, we'll bring it back. And all right, what's the will of the board?
Hopefully, I don't know, since there wasn't too much discussion here, but responding to our partner's request, I would just say, we got a month before the center opens, if all goes right. Just forwarding all the options. My motion would be to forward the options of renaming to the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors with the following options. One, keeping its current name, Recursos de Fuerza. Number two, the suggestion by Roxanne as an alternate, Casitas de Fuerza. Number three, Eduardo Montesinos suggesting Casitas de Esperanza. Number four, Hope Village, which stands for Housing, Opportunities, Programs, and Education Village. And number five, soliciting more input by the public and choosing perhaps another name besides the ones mentioned.
So to be clear on the motion, you're asking to give the ultimate naming authority to the County of Santa Cruz. It would not come back here again after they decide what they want.
Well, we're providing our input. Like, we're good with all of these. If they're good with them,
But I'm saying as long as that is going, we're done.
If there's a meeting of the mind. I would say if there's number five, right, if it's a community input option, then perhaps in that option to make sure that we're good with that. If there's some other name comes up that they prefer instead.
Just a little clarification too, because I don't care what we name it. I mean, I'm happy with any of this, whatever anybody. My concern, was I raised earlier, is just with using our resources, and which are limited on homeless issues and needed on going through the name change. I mean, if we could make the name change while the transfer's taking place, I'd be in 6 or 8 months, I'd be happy to accommodate whatever Santa Cruz County wants. I'm just concerned about us putting a lot of time and effort into it, and using our limited resources to make that change when it might be a later time that it could be done in a few months more conveniently and less expensively, and not involving using dollars that Monterey County wants to spend on dealing with the homeless issue.
I think that's where I was going with the question. If we're sending it to them, letting them rename it now and get it done, because I do agree that, I mean, just changing the sign on the front of a building can be $30,000 to $45,000 today, and if we're going to put a sign up and go through that process now, why do it twice? I'm comfortable giving them that authority. They're going to own it long run. Hey, it gets a little hook in it too. They won't back out, right? They got to name the facility. So if we send them the recommendations and let them make the call and we're done with it here, I think that's the biggest win we can walk away with today.
I mean, even if it's officially a different name and we put a name up that they want, then they change. The name takes place. And again, I mean, I'm trying to understand here. I mean, if they're saying they want a new name, and we pick one of these names, and again, I don't really care what it is. We put that sign up now, even though it's officially called something else, and the paperwork. I mean, I don't think that really makes a difference at that point. But when the transfer comes to them, they're able to make that change. Is that what we're talking about?
Well, no, I think the concern is that in order to open, all your letterhead, all your paperwork, your signage out front is all going to be with whatever was in our paperwork. Like, that is what's going to proceed.
But there's still the official name change and all the documents that will, from my understanding, it's going to take up a lot from our homeless office to go through and make those changes. I guess I'm trying to understand.
So is Roxanne
I'm still trying to get a picture of all this.
Is Roxanne on with us to understand?
She is, but I can answer some of this. So there is going to be all the contracts. There's quite a few contracts that need to be changed. And one of the things we asked for last time is that if we do the change and we do it while it's still Monterey County's project, that we have the authority to just make the changes without having to bring every single contract back to the board, because there's, like I said, there are quite a few. But what I think I'm understanding now is Supervisor Church is asking for us not to make the name change until it goes to Santa Cruz and let them make the name change?
Well, or
in the contracts?
My question, I'm just wondering if we're going to have to transfer our ownership of it over to them. It just seems like that's a good time to make the official name change. Whether we can unofficially put up something and call it, I mean, like, AKA Hope Village or whatever it is. Technically, I mean, I'm trying to understand the process here, and I'm trying to understand if there's a path for us to achieve that name change and not expend our resources, since there's already going to be a lot of paperwork done here Well, let's not go through the paperwork twice. Change the name, then change ownership. Let's do it once.
Well, if we change the name now, and the one thing I would be a little bit concerned of if we are going to send this to Santa Cruz County, it is the holidays, and I don't know what their board schedule looks like. I don't know if it'll get through their board by the time it opens. But if we are going to change the name now, then we need to go through and change all the contracts now, and that would be done on the Monterey County side. If from what I'm understanding, what Supervisor Church is recommending, we would do the transfer, the name would change then, and then I guess it would be on Santa Cruz to change all the contracts.
Well, I'm saying, one, I'm trying to say we're giving all the options to Santa Cruz. Number two, this is the best time to do it because the tiny homes hasn't been open and the signage hasn't been bought because this issue is pending. When they open in early December or mid-December, if it's a little longer, we're going to be able to put up the signage by then. We're going to be able to have a brand new name, announcing the community, this tiny homes has a new name, and not have to do it all over. We still have the time to do all the paperwork, contract changes from now through when Santa Cruz County takes it over. So this is, for me, this is the better way to go because you avoid having to do it twice and you're able to rebrand and put out a new name even before the tiny homes opens in early to mid-December. Rather than having to do that twice, announcing a name and putting up signage, and then when they take over in 6 months, we're having to redo that all over again. That doesn't seem to make fiscal or logical sense to do it in that fashion.
So it sounds like we want to know what Santa Cruz would like to name the tiny village project. So that seems like the step that you're suggesting, Supervisor Alejo, is to send it off with these recommendations and get Santa Cruz's input. I think I heard someone whisper this from the dais, but is it possible that we continue to operate as recurso de fuerza and then we get, in the time that we're waiting to get back, which is the only thing we can do, to hear back from Santa Cruz. And then once we hear back from Santa Cruz, just do a DBA for the length of time that we have the project. I mean, you just post it in the newspaper and say, you know, doing business as recurso de fuerza. And then they get it, and then they change all their paperwork once they have it, or they initiate their paperwork once they have it, in whatever language, in whatever name they want.
Or change it when the ownership, is being
right. I'm just saying, like, we just to limit the paperwork challenge that we have. So if there's any signage that's put, it could be in the name that Santa Cruz wants. If there's letterhead, it can be in the name that Santa Cruz wants. And our paperwork, we don't have to extend the staff time and the cost to change the name on all the paperwork.
My mom was a banker. That's why I threw the DBA out there, and I looked at you, Debbie, but you didn't.
Yeah, but I'm going to have to refer to council on that one because that's going to be a legal question.
So the last question, though, I have, council, that you can answer that, but the other question I have is just, are we leaving? I did listen to the item, and I do remember Roxanne was concerned about the challenge of Casitas de Esperanza because of Casa de Esperanza. Has that been addressed?
Yes, because after Santa Cruz County takes it, it won't be an issue for Roxanne anymore in 6 months.
Okay, and especially if we go this route.
Yeah, and if the DBA is a way to do it, like the idea here is that we would send this to Santa Cruz County. The person who sent the letter is the chair of the board. He'll put it on the agenda at their next meeting, from what I understand. And they could choose a new name and then have that DBA option to not change the paperwork as recurso de fuerza, if that's the name on the paperwork. That would avoid all the less bureaucratic stuff and allow the paperwork to be changed and all that to be corrected when the title is transferred to Santa Cruz County.
That's the lawyer.
Right. If you keep the original name on the contracts and everything, frankly, you can call it whatever you want, as long as, you know, you're still doing the organization, if you will, the entity keeps the name, and if Santa Cruz wants to change it later, they can.
Good compromise, I think.
I mean, that's we're going to do what we have to do anyway, putting up signs. We'll put up the name that they want, and it doesn't cost us any resources. And going ahead and again, it seems to me when we're transferring all this paperwork over, there's an opportunity at that point too with hopefully without any additional work to make any change if Santa Cruz is wanting that to go in their name.
The exciting part for me is I'm going to be able to tell my mom that all those times she told me to run up to Salinas to file this DBA for one of her clients paid off in the end. There we go. All right, so I need a motion. I think we have general direction. Debbie, if we say as such, that is the motion, do you understand?
Yes.
No. Yeah, that was the question.
I stated it earlier, right?
All right, go for it, Supervisor Alejo.
The motion would be that we would reopen the naming process for the Watsonville Low Barrier Navigation Center with the following options for the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors to consider. One, to keep the name Recursos de Fuerza. Number two, Casitas de Fuerza. Number three, Casitas de Esperanza. Number four, Hope Village. Or number five, to seek more public input. And if more public input is solicited and that option, we would like to have input on that name. I'm trying to get the DBA language. Maybe County Council, you could help me, or Sonia?
Well, I was going to say, if they choose a name other than the current name, then it would be doing business as, and whatever the name is.
Got it. That'll work.
All right, that's the motion. Is there a second? I'll second it.
Okay, and just to clarify, we would continue to operate under a DBA until
So we turn it over and they can keep it going as a DBA,
and then
or
they can make whatever changes they want at the time when they receive the that's up to them to make further changes to the actual legal name.
This will alleviate the legal name issue. HCD won't have to do anything. It would be just us. And whenever, this would be a Santa Cruz issue, whenever they speak of it, they would say whatever the name is, doing business as Recursos de Fuerza or Recurso de Fuerza.
Yeah. Unless they decide to make the changes legally.
Yeah, or the other way around.
Just wanted to be clear. Okay.
All right, so I have a motion and a second, and that was Alejo Lopez. I'm going to ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. All right, we've concluded that item. Now we did trail item 49 from this morning, so I'm going to go ahead and ask that we take that up now, turn to CAO and see if we have additional information that the requested supervisor asked you on this item.
Yes, I'm going to ask Michael Beaton to be promoted so that he's able to speak on the item. He did reach out to Sheriff. I understand Sheriff submitted an updated board report, and my hope is that Michael will be able to address the questions that were asked and the follow-up that was done from the Budget Committee.
Yeah, thank you, Michael Beaton, Assistant County Administrative Officer. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so we did go back and look at the Budget Committee and watch the video again one more time, just so we understood the recommendation that came out of the Budget Committee. The Budget Committee requested, all in all, they asked a few questions about the usage of record specialists in the Sheriff's Office. The request was ultimately to the Sheriff to do an analysis of anticipation of what questions may be coming up at the dais today with the board. Out of the Budget Office, we did look at the past utilization of record specialists over the last 2 years, including the use of overtime to see if there was an increased demand of overtime for the record specialists across the board. At this time, we did not see an increased demand for record specialists. We did submit a memo with the budget to the Budget Committee, as well as to the board, which we identified some of the same concerns related to the record specialist positions. Based on the past performance of the positions, as well as current usage of the record specialist, it does not look like there's an increased demand related to the other jurisdictions utilizing the record specialist for the record searches. However, I'll have to defer over to Chief Smith, who I see his hand is up.
Good afternoon, Board Chair and Board. So with that, I prepared questions and hopefully I can answer all those, or answers to those questions. With severe budget reductions at the county level, the County of Monterey recently imposed budget cuts to the Sheriff's Office for fiscal year 25 and 26. Those cuts forced the elimination of 28 vacant positions, including 6 record staff from the Sheriff's Office Records Division. Because of those reductions, every remaining staff position is already essential for core public safety operations, patrol, investigations, jail operations, and emergency response. There is simply no discretionary funds left to absorb extra duties for other agencies. Past practice is unsustainable. For years, the Sheriff's Office quietly supplemented the records work of nearby city police departments, covering their after-hours, weekend, and holiday record-keeping responsibilities required by the state's CLETS law enforcement telecommunications system mandates. While that helped small cities meet compliance, it used county staff time and resources without reimbursement. Continuing that practice would mean county taxpayers subsidize city operations, which is no longer financially or legally sustainable under today's tight budget constraints. Legal and operational necessity for 24/7 CLETS coverage. Every law enforcement agency must, by state and federal regulation, maintain round-the-clock coverage to confirm records in key databases, which is stolen vehicles, wanted persons, firearms, restraining orders, etc. Small city police departments like Gonzales, Greenfield, City of King, Marina, Sand City, and Soledad cannot afford full-time staff for this specialized records function. Sheriff's Office is stepping in to help, but that help requires a dedicated records specialist too, working nights, weekends, and holidays. That position costs approximately $115,699 annually, including salary, benefits, insurance. Shared cost solution, everyone pays their fair share. To keep this critical service running, the Sheriff's Office are asking to enter into a memorandum of understanding with 6 local cities. Each city contributes about $19,283 per year, dividing the full cost evenly. This approach avoids new costs to the county general fund, ensures compliance with CLETS rules for all participating cities, and preserves public safety coverage countywide. Providing these services for free is not an option because the county's budget reduction eliminated staff and left no surplus capacity. State law requires 24/7 records coverage, which has real labor costs. Continuing free coverage would unfairly shift city responsibilities onto county taxpayers. The new shared cost model ensures fairness, compliance, and service continuity without raising county taxes. I hope this answers your questions.
Thank you. I appreciate the additional information. And I think the answers to my questions were really answered by the Assistant CAO, which if we could go back to that. And I think, Michael, did you say that was also provided in a memo? I guess I'm not seeing that memo, or I missed that memo.
Yeah, no, the information about the, great question, Supervisor. The information about the utilization of the positions, our team ran the numbers after the Budget Committee just to do a little comparison of actual utilization of record specialists within the Sheriff's Office compared to prior to last year's adopted budget to current adopted budget, just to get a utilization if there was an increase of FTE or a decrease. Obviously, there was a decrease, just like Chief Deputy Smith identified in overall FTE to the Sheriff's Office. We also went and looked at to see if there was an increase utilization of overtime with these positions, which would be an indicator of increased demand or shortage of FTE compared. And when we did the analysis looking at the previous year to the current year, we did not see an increase. We see it about average. A straight line over the 2 years, and these are just individualized numbers. They can't necessarily speak to the operational impact that the Sheriff's Office may be actually having with the sheriffs. These are just strictly looking at the numbers.
Okay, thank you. And so the request is actually in the revised staff report that's in front of us speaks to and shows that there's a request for an additional record specialist. The additional record specialist would be funded through the MOU partnership from the additional agencies. And I appreciate, Chief Deputy Smith, your explanation that you're now going to be charging the partner agencies for the work that the Sheriff's Office has been providing already. I think that's good and appropriate. I'm glad we're charging for the work and the services that the Sheriff's Office is providing, and I appreciate the partnership of our city partners to fund the work that they're receiving from the Sheriff's Office. But as best as I can hear, the services that we're providing are being provided by existing staff, and so and it doesn't sound like there's overtime cost currently being incurred to provide those services. It unless there's something that hasn't been explained in the explanation that you've already provided, the staff that's needed to provide those services is currently sufficient. So I haven't yet heard an explanation for why an additional record specialist is needed. I'm listening. I'm trying to ask questions to understand. We had the conversation at budget. We've had now a conversation here. I'm doing what I'm trying really hard to understand, to ask the right questions, to engage in the process, to find the ways to be supportive, and I'm just not hearing a justification or an explanation for why the additional position is needed. And if it's there, I want to hear it, but I haven't heard it yet. One other thing, I just need to be really clear and speak back to the point of the narrative that the board is making cuts to the sheriff's budget. I just need to be really clear that this board has continually, every year that I've been here on this board, we have not made cuts to the sheriff's budget. In fact, we've made some of the largest historical increases to the budget of the sheriff's office. We've added positions, we've increased pay both to deputy pay, and we've added significantly to requests, specific requests of the sheriff. We can look year over year at the sheriff's budget, and so any narrative that there's cuts being made to the sheriff's budget are just patently false, and I just need to be really clear to that point. So I understand that there are budget pressures across the board for everyone, and I won't challenge that point, but any narrative that states that there are cuts being made from this board to the sheriff's department, I just have to fact check on that point. So if I'm missing something on this particular item, I remain open to hearing the rationale. But at this point, I haven't heard it, and so I'm not in a position to be able to add a position that's being requested. I'm supportive of the MOUs. I'm supportive of the rest of the requests here that's in front of us, but I'm not able to support item number D on the request to add a position that I haven't heard a need articulated yet. So thank you.
In response, because of this added workload that due to the reduced amount of staffing that we have, we'll be relocating our professional staff from our South County station and our coastal station back to the central station. We have an amazing work group. We have an amazing group in the records division, and maybe that's why we haven't seen the uptick, because there's such an amazing group of county employees that not only support the deputy sheriffs out on the street every day, but also have continued to support not only 6, but many more Peninsula police agencies that don't provide this coverage every single day. So we're not cutting services, we're sharing the cost.
All right. Bring it back, Supervisor Alejo.
Just on that last point, how many staff are being moved from the King City and the Monterey office to Salinas? How much staff out of each of those locations will be moved? How many are we talking about? Because that wasn't included in your release yesterday.
Each have one.
Okay, so each has one. I just wanted to raise that as a concern, right? Because I don't know how much we're really saving, because you're not saving much staffing cost. You're basically saving the staff a commute cost to get to King City or Monterey, depending where they live, but you're increasing the commute now for many more people who would otherwise go to Monterey or to King City to now have to come to Salinas. So I just didn't understand the logic or the explanation of where was there any real significant savings for the sheriff department if you're only moving one person from each of these offices and sending them to Salinas. It just seems like it's only creating a public inconvenience to the public, but not really saving much in terms of dollars besides gas and the time if they're getting paid on the commute time. And then I just wanted, since this came up, it just bothered me yesterday because when I saw the press release and I saw, I think KSBW on their written news article, it said that the Monterey County Sheriff's Office had to cut $5.8 million from its budget to do our part in helping the county to balance its annual budget. And I was like, I found that curious because we approve the budget for the Sheriff's Department every year in June. And once we approve it, it's the county Sheriff's Department to balance their budget in the numbers that were provided. It's not helping us balance our budget. Our budget is balanced every year, but it's this should say we're doing it to balance our own Sheriff's Department budget, not the county's budget, because that's really what it is. And I raised this before, that the Sheriff's Department has been one of the few departments that has consistently gone over millions of dollars in its budget in overtime and other costs. Health Department, I think last year did too, but that's because there was some federal change that they said would work out in 2 or 3 years later. Other departments might be a small amount, but never in the millions of dollars. So I just wanted to raise that, because when you put out these statements that's trying to say you're doing something to help the entire county budget, I thought it was a little misleading. Not a little. I thought it was misleading, and I just wanted to raise that as a concern, of one of the supervisors sitting up here. Thank you,
Supervisor Daniels.
My apologies for having gotten very confused now, but the relationship between the closure of the substations and the funding of the records specialist 2 position is what? Could that be explained to me, please?
It is actually 2 completely separate issues. It does ultimately come down to staffing and sustainability with what we have to work with here. One, the request for this item is, this is not about profit, it's about sustainability. We're simply covering the cost of one record specialist who keeps our law enforcement network running safely and legally. As far as the realignment of bringing staff back to the main station in Salinas, where a majority of work is done, that was within the needs of the organization.
So we have two separate issues, somewhat related, and I definitely hear and share the concern that the reason given has been that the sheriff's office needs to cut millions of dollars from its budget to help the county balance its annual budget. And I do share the concerns with that language, especially since what we have seen is an increase in funding to the sheriff's office each year, year upon year. I do appreciate the need for this round-the-clock coverage to retain records, and I'm always happy to see efforts made to divide costs evenly between jurisdictions that utilize a required resource, a need like this. So while I really do appreciate that that this MOU has been drafted and could be utilized to cover the cost. It's always wonderful, I think, to have somebody have an agency or an office come forward with a plan for covering the cost of a position. And I do understand that the sheriff's office has had this decrease in overall FTEs that everyone has had. And so, you know, if there's the need, I'm not disputing that the need is there, but it is really hard. I got a call yesterday to be on KSBW and talk about this just yesterday. I was unable to, but it was a request that came in about the county's cutting the sheriff's office budget by millions of dollars, and it's resulting in the closure of the substations. And so this is a very difficult dynamic, and I appreciate that that the item was pulled from consent. Separately, I would like to know from the county, perhaps not today, but it would be good for me to understand better what happens when there is a difference of opinion in a budget committee and whether or not we put that item then on consent or on the regular agenda. I almost feel like it deserves to be a scheduled item just to have the conversation. But that said, I don't want to get in the way from the sheriff's office, moving forward with an MOU that would allow for an FTE to be covered for something that is required and necessary round the clock to be able to provide these records when needed. But it puts us in a really unfortunate position. We got to be working together, and we've got budget challenges across the entire county, and that partnership, it seems to be lacking, and I hope we can get past it and not be divisive like this and put things in press releases that aren't accurate. Thank you.
I guess to our CEO team, can we move forward to accept the MOU agreements without creating the additional position? Is that an option?
Yes, there's a way. Today? So if you do that, they would be able to receive the revenue from the organizations. One of the items that the sheriff could potentially do is choose to underfill a position that's currently in her office as well. There's other alternatives to adding a position. We do that as also, and other departments do. So yes, you could approve the MOU without adding that position.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fully supportive of, and I just want to reiterate, like I'm trying really hard to find the path here, and we tried to lay the path when this was in front of us in budget as well. I just want to reiterate, like I really want to work in partnership and productively with the sheriff's office, and I can't reiterate that strongly enough. And I don't like the way this is working either. I want to work productively and in partnership. So I want to say that again. But I'll make a motion to move forward with, and if we could just make sure I'm getting this right, it would be sections, portions A through C of the staff report that's in front of us, which would allow for the MOUs to be approved, which it appears they already are approved retroactively, authorizing the funds to be received for this records specialist position, but not including portion D, which is to create the additional to create an additional position. So I'm excluding portion D of the staff memo.
And the logic around excluding D is because you believe the position already exists for them to fill with the dollars?
what I heard from our assistant CAO was that the work is already being done by staff that's already currently working, and the staff that's already working hasn't required overtime and is fulfilling the requirements of the position. The staff that are currently there are sufficient to fulfill the duties that are necessary. They've already been doing this work, is what I've been told now multiple times, and there isn't an overtime. They haven't been performing overtime. Like it's sufficient to meet the need. And I keep asking the question, looking for some answer that's going to explain why an additional position is needed. But it's a retroactive agreement. We've already been performing the work. The staff that are currently filling the position are doing the work. So we haven't been charging for the work. This is simply now to allow us to charge for work that we've historically been performing. So yeah, we need to charge for the work that we've been performing. That's appropriate. But it's not necessary to create a new position. That all I can understand would, maybe there's a need for other positions in the sheriff's office. I hear that loud and clear, but for this purpose, I'm not hearing the connection.
All right. I struggle with that only because I know that last time we came through the budget process, the sheriff did request the 2 positions for this, right? And in the end, they're getting 1 here. But to the question of if it's necessary or not, I'm hearing that the majority up here may feel it is not necessary at this time. And I think that's.
Supervisor Lopez, I recall that. And that was, when we specifically spoke about one city. I went back and recontacted every chief. I understood the impacts to those cities as well. And with that, with some of them bowing out and not deciding that they can provide these services, the ones that are here identified are the ones that said they absolutely cannot sustain their city operations and be in compliance with Department of Justice requirements. So with that, I said, let's drop it to 1 so that those financial impacts to our city partners are lessened. Also, in response to concerns, I will do my part in ensuring that those press releases are worked, that we collaborate. We do a better job on that end.
All right.
I appreciate that. I do want to say that in the budget hearings, if the sheriff came for 2 positions, we didn't fund either of them, and this is a creative way to fund that position. I'm okay with that. I'm really appreciative to hear what I just heard about the press releases.
So I've got a motion with no second. I've got a second to the original motion. Okay, there's a second to the original motion. I've got a motion and a second with passage less subpoint D. Is that correct, Supervisor Askew? Okay. All right, so then I will ask for a roll call vote.
Good afternoon, everybody. Chair Lopez?
No.
Vice Chair Root Askew? Supervisor Alejo? Supervisor Daniels?
No.
And Supervisor Church?
No.
Thank you.
All right, so that leaves us with an option here of passing the motion as requested by the sheriff. I would make that motion today for the 1 position with letter D included. Is there a second?
Yes.
I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Chair Lopez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wendy Root Askew? No. Supervisor Alejo? No. Supervisor Church?
Aye.
Supervisor Daniels?
Aye.
All right, we're through that item. Thank you very much. Oh, 4/5 because it's a financial. Oh, yeah. There you go. That flu is catching up with me. All right.
So,
So it does not pass in any direction unless there's another motion someone would try to make.
at this point, I'd like to get something moving forward.
We can go with items just A and B, which is just simply the retroactive MOUs to receive the money.
Is there, can you reiterate for us, either county council or the chair, A, B, C, and D minus E.
Minus D. Right.
Are you asking me to reiterate the motion that was?
I know it was
made
the
by-
one that was already, we already voted on that motion and it didn't get the 4/5. But as Supervisor Church just stated, it would be important to get something. And somebody just suggested A and B, and I don't know what that would accomplish.
It would be signing the MOU. It is
Here they all are.
essentially
I've got 'em.
Supervisor Askew's motion, which is to sign the MOU, which would allow the money to come in. However, to increase appropriations, you would need a 4/5.
So
you could do that and not create the additional record specialist position.
I'm sorry, but how about we agree. I can RTC a position. If we have the funds come in and we have an MOU established, it's a little extra work, but I will make it work.
Is it possible to revote on that? Then that would be the original motion. So what happens?
It would actually be, I'm sorry, and it would actually be A and B, and C would only have funded a position for 6 months without creating the position. So it could be, it would really just be A and B.
I'll move for A and B.
Second.
Got a motion for A and B. All those in favor,
Aye.
signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. All right, thank you. With that, we've
Thank you.
Item 49, and we'll go to our CAO's comments at this point.
Okay, so today we are acknowledging the work of our Information Technology Department. They have been modernizing the county for a while. Since Eric Chatham joined as director, the team has moved forward in various ventures, and those include the enterprise program that's currently the Enterprise Performance Management program that's been worked on. One of them is related to budget, another is related to human resources, and then there's a third one that's related to finance, and it's actually the enterprise resource planning. That still continues in the works with modules going effective. The budget one's already effective. February 2026, it will be the HR and payroll module, and then finance will follow in July of 2026. In addition to that, they did create a multilingual website chatbot. His name is Monty, and it's interactive. We have an interactive calendar of events on the website, and also have been able to create the different dashboards dependent on different projects that are going on throughout the county to make it easily accessible for our community. In addition to that, the service desk has answered over 4,400 customer calls and resolved over 9,000 tickets with a 97.3 customer service satisfaction. The ServiceNow team delivered major platform enhancements, which have unlocked greater flexibility, automation, and cross-departmental functionality. The desktop team ensured seamless deployment of Windows 11 across all departments and successfully implemented a comprehensive mobile device management solution, securing and streamlining the management of over 500 county-issued iOS devices. The network services team completed major network enhancements, including network segmentation, county library upgrade, the data center upgrade to strengthen security, enhance performance, reliability, and user experience. The radio communications team completed the first year of power and HVAC standardization, improving infrastructure reliability and sustainability and energy efficiency, and completed the analog overlay upgrade implementation, enhancing interoperability and redundancy across public safety communication systems. We continue to invest on our workforce to improve engagement and resilience. The HR team successfully filled key positions, continuing to attract and retain diverse, talented workforce committed to innovation, collaboration, and excellent customer service. And that is the great work of our IT team. Thank you.
Board comments, Supervisor Daniels?
Sure, I've got a couple thank yous. The first one is for the IT team and that name Monty. Monty is a great name, and so I appreciate the choice. I know it had been Bixby at one point, and so we're happy with Monty. Thank you so much. And also want to thank Housing and Community Development and Public Works. I got to experience my first annual community meeting that is held regarding the Carmel Lagoon flood hazards. And that's something that's required every year before these emergency permits are, it's required by the agencies. And it was great to see both HCD and Public Works in action. And in regards to the conversation we had earlier about food benefits and the cuts that are looming on the horizon, I got to go on Sunday afternoon, evening to a fundraiser for Meals on Wheels, and it was really successful. I mean, I don't know what the totals were that were raised, but it was unbelievable to see folks opening up their wallets for our seniors and the ability for Meals on Wheels to continue to do the work that they do in spite of some of these really dangerous and damaging cuts. And so everything we can do, I know, is going to help. And so I just appreciate adding that to the conversation we had this morning. And the investment that my office made in this last budget year for a big conference on housing, and in particular, part of the Regenerative California sort of plan to pilot a regenerative economy here in Monterey County. And the part that I've really glommed onto is the housing initiative. There's going to be a 2-day conference at Asilomar this Thursday and Friday. And the hope is to bring various partners together, whether that's funding partners, whether that is public landowners or private landowners, to really try to move some projects forward that could be pilots on the Monterey Peninsula to solve the housing challenges that we have. So I'm looking forward to a very successful 2-day engagement with Regenerative California this Thursday and Friday, and I look forward to reporting out how that goes to all of you.
Supervisor Church.
Let's see, this Thursday, they're at the next to the Castroville Library on Spiegel Street is a mobility forum which will discuss previous discussions and ideas on sustainable solutions for transportation in the county. On Saturday, 8 to 10:30 in Pajaro is the free drop-off event with dumpsters. It's kind of the Pajaro cleanup day. And right after that, or between 10 and 3, is we're having the Pajaro Emergency Preparedness Fair by Department of Emergency Management that operates there annually at the middle school. Interactive booths, food, music, and prize drawings, and of course practical tips on what to do in an emergency. And let's see, I will be also at the Veterans Award Ceremony at the Elks Lodge this Friday. Don't know if anybody else will be there. Oh, that's right, you will be there. And you go every year, so we're going to have we'll have quite a few supervisors there. The other thing I want to bring up, it's just been a little more elaboration on that, is the board remembers we had a CSA 45 come here before the board a month or so ago in the Oak Hills area on whether to do a 218. And there's over 650 people in that CSA. And there were about half a dozen that had taken part, and most of them had been leaning against it at that point and still trying to get more information. I did not feel that there really we'd really got enough from the community, and I think this is a common problem that we encounter. I know the Public Works had been out with several different presentations, but again, with 650 people, they're lucky to get more than a couple percent showing up. So what we did is something a little bit unique, and that we did a mailing as if it was going to be a ballot, but it was a mock ballot. And I sent out, there was a the paper from the Public Works explaining the 218 process and the choices. I added a little letter in there, and there were 3 choices. People could go suggest they want to go ahead with the 218, or which was going to cost $46,000, which was part of the controversy, or it would be do nothing, which means that probably going to be services cut, or that maybe the responsibilities of the CSA should be passed over to some of the HOAs. People had that choice. We did a mailing of that out to 650 people, plus we were going to hold a meeting, which was last week. That meeting was pretty well attended, 30, 40 people. Thanks for Public Works staff for being there, and the meeting went for just about 2 hours, and it was taking questions. From the 650 mailings that we did, we got back about 177 or so, whatever it is, 28%, which, is about the amount that you get for off your turnout for in the non-presidential election. So it was in the primary. So it was a real good turnout. Everybody that I've spoken to has just been really grateful of having been able to have their input in, and it really was very clear. 60%, exactly 60% were in favor of going ahead with the 218 election. So in this way, we were able to get information out to everybody. We got a tremendous amount of input back, and we have, I had said the letter, and I've said all along that I would go with whatever a clear majority would want, and a clear majority with these 3 choices, 60% going one way, has decided to go ahead with the 218. And there might be a little model here for other CSAs to follow through. Great.
Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you very much. We have 3.5 hours left. 3.5 hours left. Want to encourage our residents to turn in their ballots on Election Day. Number 1. Number 2, talking about housing. Salinas has its own regional housing summit tomorrow at the Steinbeck Center here, not too far away, starting at 9 o'clock. They have Speaker Rivas speaking, addressing the crowd, along with some other experts. So if any of us want to attend, it's a great thing, because I think the city of Salinas, the largest city in the Monterey Bay, hasn't had such a summit in a long time. I also wanted to remind everyone, as a member of the Military and Veterans Affairs Commission, Advisory Commission, to please attend if you can on Friday, because each of your awardees in each of your districts, the tradition has been for the supervisors to put the medals around their necks. And if you're not there, I'm the filler for all of you, but it's just better when they're getting it from their own county supervisor, because you appoint them there, or actually the awardees are from your districts, and it just means a lot more to them when you're there putting that medal on them. So if you can, it's at the Elks Lodge here in Salinas at 6 o'clock. On Friday before that, there's also a memorial service for fallen firefighter, Salinas firefighter Josh Hostetter. That's at 11 o'clock. So I want to encourage people to go to that as well. Last thing I wanted to mention, it's an international issue, but it puts our job kind of in perspective. In Mexico, if you're a local government official, it is very dangerous, depending on what region you live in Mexico. So most of the country is fine, but there are very dangerous areas. And just the other day, on Day of the Dead, November 1st, there was a mayor who had been very outspoken, Carlos Manso, of the city of Urapuan, one of the largest cities in the state of Michoacan. Why is that important? Because in our region here, most people are from Michoacan or Guanajuato, Jalisco, or Oaxaca. It was like probably the top 4 states where thousands of our residents reside. And this mayor had been seeing the proliferation of paramilitary groups, assault rifles, women, young girls being raped and stolen from their families, people being killed, avocado farmers having their farms taken over, among many other things. But he was assassinated right there in the town square with impunity. And that's one of many elected officials. When they speak out against the terror and the injustice and the violence, they become the targets. We think we have a tough job, they die for trying to protect their communities, protect their young people, protect their families, and protect their communities from the ongoing threats and violence. So I just wanted to mention his name and put that in perspective because it really bothered me. I think Mexico has to do more, and this has gone on for decades, far too long. But certainly there should be the protections for local government officials when they're doing what is right, speaking out as hard as it may be, without fear. They deserve to be protected, and those communities deserve to have the resources deployed to address those who are inflicting violence in those regions for too long. Thank you.
Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. A couple birthdays to celebrate. I want to start off by wishing Yuri Anderson, my chief of staff, the happiest of birthdays. Yuri is also the board chair for Monterey Peninsula College, and they've been working incredibly hard to make sure that that their board is working effectively and that they're delivering the highest of quality educational programming to everyone within the Monterey Peninsula College service area. And I just want to tell Yuri that we appreciate her so deeply and that everything she does, even though it so often happens quietly and behind the scenes, that we, so many of us are watching and appreciating the work that you're doing, Yuri. So thank you and happy birthday. And then to CN City Mayor Marianne Carbone, we also want to send you a huge greeting of happy birthday. I hope you are planning something delightful to celebrate today. And a couple other, George Riley, who is known and loved in Monterey County and on the peninsula, celebrated a really cool volunteer appreciation event. Yes, I think it was, I'm not sure when it was, it may have been yesterday, but pulled together just a group of people in the community who have been volunteers in one way or another and hosted a breakfast. It was one of the most beautiful rooms to walk into of people who have dedicated really their life to giving back to community in one way or another. And he took the time to just also kind of host an honorarium of so many other individuals, I think 24, 3 celebration of life for people who have passed, who have also been lifelong community volunteers, giving so much of who they are to community, they passed, but he didn't get a chance to say thank you and honor them. So there was just time in the morning to spend commenting on and recognizing the work and service of people around us. And I haven't stopped thinking about all of the people that we take for granted and that do good work in our community that we don't think to say thank you to. So literally all day long, as I look around the audience here, as I drive past places that strike me and people that I think about, and I look at the county and all of the people here in the county that make this place run, I'm just struck by gratitude and reflection of an appreciation of all of those people that you get used to seeing and knowing that they're going to be there later. So to George Riley, thank you for gathering a room full of people that are just the most amazing people around, and then taking the time to appreciate those who we didn't get a chance to say thank you to before their time came. The Meals on Wheels event, the Classic Gala was full of hope. I think they raised over $200,000 for Meals on Wheels to keep delivering food to those in need, and made a commitment that those who are receiving SNAP benefits, not currently receiving SNAP benefits, who need home-delivered meals, that they're going to do what they can to fill the gap while it exists. Anyone who needs food delivery in this time can call 211 to receive information about where to get benefits to fill gaps. And among other things, our last Wednesday with Wendy of the year will be on November 12th. We're going to be chatting with Gina Martinez, our County Registrar of Voters, to talk about how votes are counted after an election. It'll be on Zoom and Facebook Live on Wednesday, November 12th at 5:30 p.m. Join us and learn about the process of counting votes, how that process works, and if you've ever been curious about the elections process during that 30-day period after an election, when all of the votes are being counted, when signatures are being verified, and when all of the checks and balances within the elections department are taking place. Join us and learn more. So that'll be November 12th at 5:30 p.m. But those are my comments for today.
Supervisor Lopez, if I may, Supervisor Askew has put me into an uncomfortable position here where I'm just I want to be able to go to my office here in the next days and go home. I want to just announce that it's my Chief of Staff's birthday coming up, Marilyn Vieira, and also my wife's birthday. So I just wanted to kind of protect myself a little bit. Thank you.
Good job. Well done. Well done. I'll share that. I want to send a note of appreciation to MBARD, the Monterey Bay Air Resource District, as well as our Public Works team. Last Friday, we had the opportunity to roll out a piece of equipment. It's the most expensive piece of equipment I've ever driven. It was an electric street sweeper, and we rolled that down the streets of San Lucas. Its maiden voyage, and got those streets cleaned, and it was amazing to see the community's response and excitement around that simplest of actions. It's one of those things that residents in Chular and San Lucas have been begging for years. And the pictures I got back from staff after they were done with town are just absolutely astounding. And so I want to thank everyone who played a role, from MBARD funding the grant to the team on the ground. It's Monterey County employees who are driving that unit, and they were so committed to learning what every button in that thing did. And I can tell you there's a lot of buttons and windows and swivels and pressure and tension monitors, and incredible work. But just want to congratulate them all for what they're pulling off. And in learning that new skill, they've also grown their own portfolio of what they're capable of. But truly, it's a service to community, one of those communities that often, as we talk about, doesn't feel like they get their share of the resources, but having that deployed there first meant something to them. So I want to thank them for rolling that out. I did have to cancel last night's listening session due to this illness that knocked me down, so we've rescheduled that to next Thursday, because for the remainder of this week, I'll be at Coastal Commission up in Sacramento. And so if anybody was looking forward to that, we know we had quite a few folks attending. We're going to push that to next Thursday and look forward to seeing you all down in San Lucas. And with that, I'll turn to council to see if there's anything to report out of closed session.
No reportable action.
All right, so as we wind down here, remember it is election day. Go have your voice be heard. I know Gina said, yeah, I went over there to vote myself today, and she said, nobody's mentioned it today. Get it out there. So, well, at the end, did we in the first thing in the morning? Okay, I missed it. Oh, I was out when you first took over? Oh, okay, perfect. All right. Well, get out and vote. Can't say it enough times. You've got till 8 o'clock tonight. Get out there and do it. Thank you all.